This public hearing is regarding the pending freshwater wetland, flood hazard area, waterfront development, and coastal wetland individual permit applications for the Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Company's Northeast Supply Enhancement Project, or NESE. At this evening's hearing, we are providing an opportunity for public comment on the permit application, New Jersey DEP file number 000-25-0012.1, LUP 250001, submitted to the Division of Land Resource Protection on May 30th, 2025, for authorization to conduct regulated activities in freshwater wetlands, freshwater wetland transition areas, state open waters, coastal wetlands, flood hazard areas, and waterfront development areas. The state permit applications are currently under review by the department to determine the project's compliance with the applicable state land use regulations, including the Coastal Zone Management Rules at NJAC 7:7, the Flood Hazard Area Control Act rules at NJAC 7:13, the Stormwater Management Rules at NJAC 7:8, and the Freshwater Wetlands Protection Act rules at NJAC 7:7A. Our role here today is to conduct this hearing to obtain supplemental information from the public on this permit application. As such, no decision has yet been made regarding this permit application. Next slide, Ryan. Thanks. The proposed project involves 4 segments. The first segment, the construction of a new 32,000 horsepower compressor station with associated access road and connection piping, Block 5.02, lots 23, 25, and 26.01 in Franklin Township, Somerset County. Next slide. This segment 2 and 3, segment 2 is the construction of 3.43 miles of new pipeline known as the Madison Loop, located in the borough of Sayreville and Old Bridge Township in Middlesex County, and the construction of 0.16 miles of pipeline known as the Onshore Raritan Bay Loop, located southwest of the Morgan Metering and Regulating Station in the borough of Sayreville, Middlesex County. Next slide. Segment 4 is the construction of 5.96 miles of pipeline known as the Offshore Raritan Bay Loop, located off of the Sayreville shoreline to the Rockaway Transfer Point in Lower New York. Next slide. The purpose of the project is to provide increased natural gas capacity from Transco Station 195 in York County, Pennsylvania, to the existing Rockaway delivery point located approximately 3 miles offshore of the Rockaway Peninsula in Queensboro, New York. Next slide. The department has been and will continue to accept written comments up to 15 days after the date of this hearing, or September 25th, 2025. Comments can be submitted electronically through the department's NESE website with the link shown on the bottom of this slide. Next slide. This is the agenda for today, noting that we'll have 2 5-minute breaks at 7:30 and 8:30, and could potentially extend for a period beyond 9 p.m. to work to accommodate speakers if additional time is needed. Next slide. Please be advised this hearing is being recorded. Registered speakers will have the first opportunity for verbal comment, and if time permits, we can call unregistered speakers for comment. However, if you don't provide verbal comment tonight, please provide written comments, which will be accepted through the DEP's NESE website until September 25th, 2025. The speaker's order will be in the order of time of registration on the department's website. However, it is the department's practice to allow public officials to speak first. The facilitator will provide an initial comment opportunity for any state or local elected officials. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker to ensure opportunity for all interested to speak. When called upon to speak, please unmute yourself and state your name and any affiliation prior to beginning your comments. The department will be listening to the provided comments, but will not be providing a response to comments or answers to questions in this forum. Next slide. Please monitor the timer that is shown on the screen. In the interest of allowing time for all who would like to speak, the hearing facilitator will mute the speaker to conclude comments at the end of the allotted 3 minutes. The chat function has been turned off. If you are in need of any technical assistance, please email DEP WLM Program Development at dep.nj.gov. Written comments must be submitted through the DEP's NESE website. The department will be listening to the provided comments, but will not be providing a response to comments or answers to questions in this forum. Next slide. The applicant, the Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Company, has no role in the hearing today other than listening to the provided comment. Please exercise civility. No unruly, disruptive behavior. For example, taking yourself off mute, out of turn, yelling, use of foul language. The department reserves the right to take necessary precautions to ensure a constructive hearing. This is important. Please do not reference other commenters in your comments. This is not a debate between commenters, but a forum to have your concerns on the proposed project heard by the department. Please follow the facilitator's guidance regarding speaking, time limits, and these ground rules. Next slide. Please note, this hearing is neither an adversarial proceeding nor a contested case hearing. Persons who speak will not be sworn as a witness, and cross-examination will not be permitted. Again, the department will be accepting written comments up to 15 days after the date of this hearing, or September 25th, 2025. Comments can be submitted electronically through the department's NESE's webpage. Members of the press who wish to receive a formal statement from the department regarding today's proceedings should reach out to the department's press office. Now it's time to proceed to comments. Tim is the facilitator, and can you please call the first commenter? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tim Mutambuki, Program Specialist with the NJ-DEP. The speakers will be called upon in the order in which they are registered, except that we will first offer an opportunity for any elected officials to be heard first. I will call on those who registered first and then give an opportunity to those who had not after. So our first speaker will be Sarah Rashid. Sarah, are you available? All right, and next we will have Christina Clam. Christina, if you are in the meeting, please unmute yourself. All right. Next we will have Brian Thompson from Monmouth Beach Environmental. Okay, I see Brian.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm a environmental commissioner in Monmouth Beach, and I live about 2 houses away from the Shrewsbury River, Manahasset Bay area of the Shrewsbury River. And I think going through the report, which is difficult, even though I'm an environmental commissioner, it's still quite complex. I could not find any reference to what happens to the sediment, the toxic sediment that is disturbed by this trenching operation as it moves through the bay of the Raritan Bay and during a tidal action into Sandy Hook Bay and up the Shrewsbury River. I should point out that the Shrewsbury is a tidal river. That means that, of course, as you all know, that we get what comes out of the bay as the tide comes in, and some of it goes back out. We are also subject to flooding. My street, Drew Court, D-R-E-W, floods completely during high tides. We had a high flood on the day of the recent hurricane that was offshore. Aaron, I believe its name was. I might add the Navesink River, which flows into the Shrewsbury, is also a tidal river. And among the residents there is a certain Philip Murphy. He lives directly on the Navesink, as do many other people. My question and my point is that I do not see that all of this is being addressed as the sediment is moved into the Shrewsbury Navesink complex, deposited during high tides or exceptional high tides, and left there. What floods? Well, in addition to my street, my lawn floods, both my front and my back lawn. My neighbor, who also has his lawn flood, both in front and in back, has small grandchildren who visit his home. And a lot of people, I think, are in the same situation. I think that this report, as best I can tell, absolutely fails to address this deposit of toxic sediment that is filled with PCBs and Agent Orange and other chemical mixtures into the water column and going, washing machine back and forth sort of action. And when there's a high tide and leaves it on our lawns, what are we supposed to do? Call ServPro to clean it up? I don't think that's a viable alternative, and I would urge the DEP to reject this permit application.
All right. Thank you very much, Brian. So just to note, any people who have their hands raised, if you are experiencing any technical issues, please send your concerns to the email listed on the screen. And if you just want to speak, a reminder that I will call the speakers in the order that they registered. Next, we will have Philip Kramer from Franklin Township.
Hi, good evening. I'm Philip Kramer, Mayor of Franklin Township, and I want to speak plainly about why this 32,000 horsepower compressor station is the wrong project in the wrong place. My first degree was in aerospace engineering, and I served as a B-52 pilot. And today I practice as a neurologist. I see this issue through all three lenses, and the picture is disturbing. It's hard to put a 32,000 horsepower station into context, but this compressor's power is roughly the same as a B-52 near takeoff speed. A B-52 at full throttle during takeoff is something you never forget. The power, the thrust, the sheer fuel it consumes. But here's the difference. B-52 is only at full throttle for about 2 minutes. This compressor station will run at that level every minute, every day in one of the loveliest areas of our township. It will burn enough natural gas to power 16,000 homes. Imagine 16,000 families turning on their stoves, their furnace, and their water heaters all at once just to feed one machine. But picture it this way. The Stingray Corvette, the best of all Corvettes, comes in at about 500 horsepower. The compressor equals 64 Corvettes at full throttle, side by side, never letting up on the pedal. And think of a car cruising down I-87 at 60 miles per hour. That takes about 10 horsepower. This compressor is equivalent to 3,200 cars driving up I-87 all at once, every single hour or every single day. But instead of being spread across a highway, that pollution will be concentrated in two small sites just a few hundred feet apart. And then there's the health impact. As a neurologist, I can tell you the evidence is clear. Air pollution increases the risk of stroke, dementia, Parkinson's disease, and developmental delays in children, to name a few. I'll forego the diseases of other specialties. We're not talking about some distant possibility. We're talking about exhaust pumped into our neighborhoods every single day. This project's impact on climate change would be a reason enough to deny it if it were located on an isolated prairie. Putting it in a population center is inexcusable. So if you do approve this project, then by all means, come and live here. Come and live in New Jersey's version of Love Canal. But do not pretend it is progress and do not pretend it is safe. On behalf of Franklintown Township, I stand firmly opposed. We deserve clean air, healthy families, and a safer future. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Next, we'll have Councilman Ram Anbarasan from Franklin Township. Okay, I'll call on Ed Potosnak next.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ed Potasnik. I'm council member in Franklin Township Ward 1, where the unneeded dangerous Transco Northeast Supply Enhancement Project proposes that 32,000 horsepower dirty methane gas compressor station number 206 would be located closer to my house than the nearest grocery store. The project has been denied 3 times for failing to meet basic health and environmental standards. NESE was a bad idea then, each of those times, and it's an even worse idea now. Williams Transco won't accept defeat of its dirty, dangerous, and unneeded pipeline and compressor stations, and instead donated tens of thousands of dollars to elect Donald Trump as president. And now as payback, the administration has granted fast-track approval of this expensive, unneeded project by FERC under a fake energy emergency, and is trying to force Transco's expensive project down ratepayers' throats, which would add massive air pollution, as my mayor has said, and risks of explosion to communities. I and my colleagues in Franklin Township are strongly opposed to the project. Please don't allow them to play fast and loose with the regulatory agencies that serve us all. We're asking the DEP to deny all permits and apply New Jersey's safeguards for our community by using the full authority to protect our communities from the environmental, health, and safety impacts of this unneeded, costly fossil fuel infrastructure. The expensive methane pipeline expansion compressor station proposed by Williams Transco, it continues to be without a public benefit. In fact, New York does not need the gas. They have concluded there is a no-build option. I know they're adjusting that based on a meeting with Governor Hochul and the president. And New Jersey would get all of the risk, and New York doesn't even need the methane gas. I'm concerned that this meeting is insufficient. I'm looking at the numbers of people that are online here, and I strongly urge more time to allow impacted individuals and the public sufficient time to comment. And folks on this call, at 3 minutes, you'd need over 8 hours, and it's nearly a third of the time that you've dedicated to hearing from the public. Transco has made no changes. The IPCC says that methane gas is no longer needed. Governor Phil Murphy has ordered New Jersey to move to 100% clean energy by 2035. Onshore and offshore impacts do not meet the state's minimum standards. NESE must be put to bed once and for all. This project goes against all of our efforts to move forward to a 21st century renewable energy future. It would keep natural gas infrastructure in operation for generations, making the region dependent on dirty fossil fuels, damaging public health, exacerbating climate change, putting homes and businesses in danger, school children, and delaying the transition to clean renewable energy sources. I implore you, along with my colleagues and many on this call, to deny all the permits. Thank you.
Hi, I was trying to unmute myself. This is Councilman Ram. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Can I go ahead? Yes, thank you so much. I'm sorry. Yeah, my name is Councilman Ram Anbarasan with Franklin Township. I'm here before you as a voice for the families, the ecosystems, and the generations who will inherit the consequences of our decisions today. We are here to oppose the NESE pipeline project, a proposal that threatens the health, safety, and integrity of our township and our shared environment. Excuse me. Let's be clear, this pipeline is not a progress, it's a regression. It's a 20th century solution to a 21st century problem. While the world moves forward with clean energy, this project doubles down on fossil fuels, placing a compressor station in our backyard and carving out a pipeline under Raritan Bay, a fragile estuary already under stress. We are a vibrant, diverse community. We are schools, parks, places of worship, and homes. The proposed compressor station would emit toxic pollutants, benzene, formaldehyde, and particulate matter into the air our children breathe. It would increase risks of asthma, cancer, and cardiovascular disease. And for what? To expand a pipeline that serves no direct benefit to our township. It would disturb contaminated sediments, threaten marine life, and jeopardize the livelihood of those who depend on the bay. The environmental review already flagged significant risks, and yet here we are again fighting a project that was rightly rejected before. This isn't just about Franklin Township, it's about environmental justice. It's about protecting communities that have historically borne the brunt of industrial pollution. It's about honoring our commitment to climate action and public health. So I ask NJ-DEP to reject the NESE proposal and not issue any permit. We are not anti-development, but we are pro-sustainability, pro-health, and pro-future. Let Franklin Township be remembered not as the place where a pipeline passed through, but as the place where a community stood up and said, enough is enough. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call on Sarah Rashid or Christina Clam. If you are, I can see Christina. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Christina Clam. I live in Franklin Township. I'd like to, my concern.
I'm sorry, Christina, could you please adjust your audio? You're not too
Yes.
clear.
Yeah, let me I'm sorry. When I put myself on hold, I do this. Here, I got it. This should be better.
Yep,
Is
that's
this
good.
better? Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. Hi, my name is Christina Clam. I live on the Franklin Township portion of Kingston. I'm down the road from where the proposed compressor is. I live a block or two from Trap Rock, which gets dynamited daily. Is the compressor location is so close to Trap Rock with this dynamiting that it will rupture, at least crack. Every house within miles of Trap Rock has cracks. We accept this. We're not against industry. We're not against, we're not NIMBA, but there's sometimes a bad location is a bad location. Putting something that could blow up next to an active site of dynamite seems like a bad idea. And speaking, I'm also a fire commissioner in Fire District 4. Speaking as that, my concern is fire protection. Currently in the location, we do not have enough water to put a fire in that location. We should have more pressure within a couple of years. And even after that, if there's a fire, we do not have enough fire to put it out. We'll have to have water trucks come in, tanks come in. And the idea would be just let it burn itself out. In the woods, that makes it harder. We have forest fires. So I'm concerned as a resident of the area. I'm concerned as a board member of a fire district in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Rashid.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Rashid. I am a resident of Piscataway. I'm calling also to oppose this proposal. I think if it was rejected a few years ago, there is nothing that has changed since then till now. In fact, climate change and the climate protection is more important now more than ever. So I just want to oppose that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And that's the end of the registered elected officials. If there are any more elected officials who would like to speak, I'll please ask you to raise your hand. And once I call on you, unmute yourself and please proceed.
I'm Melanie Morano from Somerset County Commissioner.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I know that I hope that there will be many people on this call that are going to express the environmental dangers of this project. We know that. I am a county commissioner, but I'm also a resident of Somerset County. I'm also someone who drinks water from the water supply that is dangerously close to this compressor station in Franklin Township. This is unneeded. It's unwanted. New Jersey gets zero from this. We are getting in Somerset County the most polluting type of compressor that will be a danger to our air, to our residents. We are putting our water supply in danger. And as another speaker said, the public safety element, our county emergency services are phenomenal, but we also rely on volunteers from independent municipalities to help us. This is far more of a burden that we are able to handle if this thing explodes. I am terribly worried about it. It has no need in this time. We need to go to cleaner, non-fossil fuels for our energy reasons, not fossil fuels that will contaminate for decades and generations to come. I urge the DEP, just like you've done before, vote no to turn this project down. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any more elected officials?
Yes, hi, this is Shipa Udin. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, hi. So I'm from Franklin Township, Councilwoman and Deputy Mayor. Just like my peers and everyone has mentioned, I also agree. I stand firmly opposing this. Just there's so many reasons that this pipeline compressor station is just such an impact to our community. You know, we have in just Ward 2 specifically, we have 4 adult communities that are large in size and many seniors across. And, you know, just from the health and safety aspect of it, there's just so much toxic air that's going to get released. We had purchased purple air sensors to, you know, just to sense our air quality in town. And I just feel this is going to be something that's going to raise a lot of concerns around respiratory cancer and other health issues, as our mayor mentioned. As another member mentioned, I've also just attended last week a fire prevention meeting, and some of the concerns that came out from the fire district commissioners was on not being fully equipped and not having enough water if something goes off on this. And that's very concerning when you have so many residents that are so near where this is getting placed. And I think that's going to cause a massive issue. It's something that may get out of control, and you know, we want to avoid anything that's going to be in that rapid fire explosion. I think a lot of folks mentioned, like, what I agree is enough is enough. We need to get into clean energy. How are we going to be clean when we're going back into working on something that's old-fashioned, traditional, working on this? I don't see how that's happening. I see a lot of issues with this. I see environmental damage. And just overall community impact. I mean, the noise that's going to come out of this, right? We have a noise ordinance in town. I just don't see how this is going to fix that. And in fact, I feel like it's going to lower our quality of life. Property values will go down, and just economic and policy arguments. I just feel like this is going to be so much unsafe. There is just a very high level of risk that's going to come out of this, and we need to focus on, you know, how do we get back to clean energy? How do we have, you know, make our communities feel safer, not go the other way around? So please understand that this has a lot of impacts. I advocate for many residents. We were elected for our community and we serve our community, and we want to make sure that their voices are being heard, and so is ours. We are all residents here. So please, please, I urge you, we firmly oppose this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any others? All right, perfect. Once again, I'll remind you, if you're having any technical issues, please email the email that's displayed on your screen. And another reminder, we are also accepting written public comments. So all the way through September 25th. Right now, I will start calling on the speakers in the order they registered, starting with Matt Smith.
Yes, good evening. I would like to defer my time to later in the hearing so that the hundreds of impacted residents who would live near the compressor station or who fish for their livelihood in the bay where the pipeline would go have the opportunity to speak first.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Next, we will have Matt Gove.
Hello, Matt Gove with Surfrider Foundation. We're very against this project and we've sent in some comments with a lot more details. We'd just like to highlight that this public outreach is really kind of an embarrassment for the state of New Jersey. This is a huge project, affects a lot of people, and yes, it's the same project, but everything else is not the same. Climate change has become so much more obvious. Water quality standards have changed in the state. And so to have one public meeting online for a few hours is really not adequate at all. There should be public meetings in a couple locations in person and give people more time to hear about this project and say what they think about it. So please deny the permits for this project like you have in the past. And thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we will have Rupali Chakravarti.
She's coming.
Hi, my name is Rupali Chakravarti. I'm 73 years old and live in a senior community in South Brunswick. If the NESE compressor is built, it will affect the local economy of Central Jersey and it'll go into a recession. There are 5,000 New Jersey residents and several businesses within 1.5 miles of the proposed compressor site whose lives will be severely impacted. The plume of toxic air can spread over a much larger area and even reach Princeton and Trenton. Whoever breathes this air will get sicker. Farms and golf courses will be affected. Schools and businesses will have to close. People will want to move away, but no one will buy their homes. So they may have just abandoned their homes and lose their life savings. We have documentation that this has happened in Minnesink, New York and Lathrop, PA. The turbines of the proposed 32,000 horsepower compressor will be powered by combustion of natural gas. The low smokestacks will emit 26 pounds of benzene, which translates to 3,400 liters of benzene in the air each year. Doctors know that long-term exposure to benzene is a major risk factor for developing leukemia. There will be many other toxic chemicals and particulate matter emitted that will affect the lungs and cause neurological damage, especially in children, seniors, and pregnant women. The water quality will degrade. The groundwater of Higgins Farm is contaminated, and the compressor would be constructed right next to it. Acid rain will increase the ratio of toxic metals in the water, and this can affect plants and farms. Will we have to drink only bottled water, as happened in Flint, Michigan? Let's take a look at this dystopian future. With so much air and water pollution, young children won't be allowed to play outside at school. Teenagers and young adults will get sick from playing sports outside. Families won't go to parks or playgrounds. Landscapers and construction workers will get sick from their constant exposure to the pollutants. The acid rain will destroy crops in the local farms. and the plume of toxic air could reach Princeton, less than 5 miles from the proposed compressor sites. Students and tourists will think twice before coming to Princeton University. And who will come to the houses of worship in the area? The Buddhist vihara adjacent to the site, the temples, the synagogue, the mosque, and the many churches nearby. Please deny all permits for this dangerous project that will not benefit New Jersey, but will cause devastation.
Thank you very much. For efficiency, I will also be calling the subsequent speakers. So I will have Alison McLeod, that's McLeod, and I will have Jesse Sutherland and Gabrielle Speiler after that. Alison? All right. What about Jesse Sutherland?
Hi, this is Jesse Sutherland with the New Jersey League of Conservation Voters. I will keep it quick, but thank you for holding this hearing and thank you again for your previous denials of this permit. We are asking you to once again deny this project. It has not changed since the first time around and is still very much a danger to all the communities that would be affected. Not only that, but New Jersey gets none of this gas, meaning we are only collateral damage in this pipeline, and we would ask you to deny it again.
Thank you, Jesse. Gabriel?
I'm Gabe Spiller, and I'm 70 years old. I live in a 55-plus community with 700 other residents just a half a mile downwind of the proposed compressor station. It's a community that I love, and I'm afraid for our existence. I urge you, before you make your decision, you owe it to this community to meet with Princeton Hydro, who has prepared a professional, detailed report delineating all the ways in which the NESE application does not meet the regulations pertaining to water quality standards and the Clean Water Act, and therefore why these permits should be denied. That's me. You're the Department of Environmental Protection, and according to your charter, you have 3 big.
Gabriel, you just muted yourself. Gabriel, you are on mute.
Mr. Siller, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm back. There are 2,000 homes within a mile of this compressor station. The concept of emissions reduction credits is an abomination. It's an atrocity. It suggests that you can poison a local community if Williams Transco buys credits somewhere else where the toxins are reduced. And let's be honest about that. You're enabling, by allowing them to buy credits, you're enabling the polluter to continue their harmful practices. You're giving companies a license to keep polluting, and there is no universal system for measuring the credits that they're buying. What are we seeing in climate change? We're seeing rising global temperatures, record-breaking hot days, and prolonged heat waves, shifting precipitation patterns, rising sea levels, which are causing flooding everywhere, even in New Jersey, ocean acidity, increased wildfires everywhere, more powerful hurricanes. Approving these permits will worsen every one of these observable climate dangers and climate change. Don't approve these permits. Your children and your grandchildren will thank you for doing that. This is why the DEP exists. If you approve these permits, I'm not sure why we even need a DEP. Please honor the promise that Murphy made to this state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a reminder to the speakers, please remember to state your first and last name for the record. And the next three speakers will be Susan Mikaitis, Madison Wurst, and Doris Lynn, in that order.
Hello, my name is Susan Mikaitis, and I live in Atlantic Highlands in Monmouth County. I'm a proud member of Food and Water Watch and a supporter of the coalition of organizations in opposition to the proposed William Transco NESE pipeline project. I'm here to ask for your help to stop a project that would put 23 miles of pipeline has been fast-tracked and approved by FERC. This project should have been stopped in its tracks. The federal government has let us down, so it is now up to the affected states, once again, to stop this harmful project. I have been sailing in the Raritan Bay for more than 40 years. The water was terribly polluted back then due to the numerous corporate polluters that systemically devastated the Raritan Bay. Millions of dollars have been spent to clean it up. Fast forward 4 decades, and the water has never been cleaner. A few weeks ago, I saw a pod of a dozen dolphins playing in the Raritan Bay. A number of whales have also been observed. The Williams Transco NESE project will put that and much more at risk. Importantly, this project has severe negative impact to the Raritan and lower New York bays. Disruption of 14,165 acres of the Raritan Bay seabed, 690,000 gallons of drilling fluid and chemicals into the bay, resuspending over 1,090,000 tons of toxic muck contaminated by PCBs, dioxin, lead, mercury, and arsenic. Destruction of over 1,000 acres of fish and shellfish habitat. Decreased water quality from resuspended toxins and the sieving of over 3.5 million gallons of seawater, destroying any living thing that is caught in the course. The proposal that Williams Transco has submitted is essentially the same as the proposal that regulators previously rejected. This is an attempted money grab, plain and simple, by an out-of-state company. Ratepayers will bear the cost burden of this project, not Williams Transco. Previous estimates were in excess of $1 billion. This pipeline is intended to provide frack gas to Long Island and has absolutely no benefit whatsoever for New Jersey residents, only the substantial risk that it brings. National Grid, the New York operator and intended recipient of this frack gas, has also publicly stated it is not needed and favors more environmentally friendly alternatives. FERC has granted their approval for this harmful project, so it is now up to state and local authorities once again to put a stop to this project. Many other Monmouth County municipalities, along with Monmouth County commissioners, have joined the effort in opposition to this polluting project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Madison Wurst.
Hello, everyone. My name is Madison Wurst, and I am the Ocean Policy Advocate at Clean Ocean Action. Clean Ocean Action is a broad-based coalition of organizations, and for over 40 years has defended and protected the marine waters of New Jersey, especially by stopping and blocking all fossil fuel pipelines and projects. This includes past iterations of the NESE project. This is not only because of the impact to the marine ecosystem, but because reducing fossil fuel use is essential to reducing climate change impacts. While COA appreciates the public opportunity to be heard, it is an outrage that this project is back. For the land, air, and sea, there is nothing good about this project at any stage. It is important to understand and stress, as many have done here today, that this project was dead. It violated the law, was denied permits again and again, and last year, the multi-billion-dollar William Transco pulled the plug. Only at the demand of President Trump has this project been given new life. Given the short 3 minutes to testify here, we will just address one of the many ecological issues that this project will cause. This project will kick up nearly over 1 million cubic yards of sediment containing a chemical cocktail of legacy pollutants, including the who's who of worse toxins such as PCBs and dioxins. Resuspending these currently sequestered contaminants will expose marine life to that threaten their survival, reproductive abilities, and will pollute the food chain. Dredged up toxins will also affect aquatic migration, clog fish gills, interfere with breeding, and contribute to harmful algal blooms. All of these will threaten marine mammals such as whales, dolphins, and seals, which will be feeding on these contaminated prey species and swimming through this contaminated water. I will now shift to the alleged need for this project to supply energy to Long Island. This claim is not supported by a variety of sources, just one of these, including the Institute of Energy Economics and Financial Analysis report, which was released today, which also supports their earlier report. This report found that the supply gap that is being claimed as a justification for this project would not occur until 2041 to 42, and there have also been other alternatives identified for providing energy. Clearly that this project is not needed nor wanted in this state. These permits have not changed. In their most recent filings, Transco stated that the project scope has not changed and thus their permits are nearly identical to the applications reviewed by the department in 2020. Since nothing has changed regarding the clearly harmful impact on water quality, marine life, and public health, and since Transco has failed to provide an actual need for this pipeline, the DEP must stand by their previous decisions to protect New Jersey's environmental resources and deny all the permits for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Doris Lynn. All right, we will move on. The next three speakers will be Mark Eisman, that's I-Z-E-M-A-N, Rachel Dawn Davis, and Carol Kuhn, that's K-U-E-H-N-N. Mark? Rachel Dawn Davis?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, DEP and all. My name is Rachel Dawn Davis, R-A-C-H-E-L-D-A-V-I-S, and I'm speaking on behalf of Water Spirit, a spiritual ecology nonprofit sponsored by the Sisters of St. Joseph of Peace. Our comments represent thousands of Water Spirit's community members in the Northeast region and thousands of residents and those who would be disproportionately impacted by the Williams Transco NESE project and compressor, an ongoing threat to our common ground. We urge NJ-DEP and Governor Murphy to use full authority under Section 401 of the Clean Water Act to deny this project. This potential project, potential dredging, and disturbance of the Raritan Bay threatens not only water quality, but the spiritual and ecological integrity of a region that sustains countless species and communities. Worker safety is also at stake. This project involves trenching and high-pressure dirty gas infrastructure with real risks of methane leaks, explosions, and accidents, especially underwater and in densely populated areas like Franklin. These dangers, including fires, are well documented. We must not trade worker and community safety for outdated fossil fuel infrastructure as we approach drought, as someone has already mentioned. New Jersey's shore economy and identity are tied to clean water. Fishing, clamming, tourism, recreation. How many clammers and fishers will suffer if this were to be approved for no reason? Workers and their families deserve better. The NESE pipeline and compressor station has already faced broad opposition, including from you, NJ-DEP, which has previously denied permits to prevent further environmental harm. This pipeline and compressor are not necessary for energy resilience. It's a backward investment that endangers our future. People do not know that this is happening. Yet the public comment period has been extremely short. Why? Almost non-existent. Why would New Jersey ever consider bearing the harm while receiving none of the energy? Water is sacred. The Raritan Bay is not a utility corridor. It's a living, breathing body of water. Irreparable harm to water quality and ecosystems are not worth the risk. This project serves no public need in New Jersey. Many faith traditions, such as teach us to care for all living beings and all life stemmed from water. This happened over millions of years and would take as long to repair naturally. We cannot run and wreak havoc on the earth. Pope Francis writes in Laudato Si, quote, "The earth herself, burdened and laid waste, is among the most abandoned and maltreated of our poor," end quote. These projects would only harm Indigenous traditions, including those of Lenape people who are still here and whose insights in earth care we should follow, teach us to consider future generations. We cannot justify endangering their water, climate, or safety. We respectfully urge NJ-DEP to act boldly and faithfully in defense of New Jersey's waters by denying this application for a water quality certificate. This is not only a regulatory decision, it is a moral decision. May your leadership be moral and swift. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Rachel. Carol Kuhn.
I'm Carol Keene from Little Rocky Hill in Franklin Township. I'm a stakeholder and an impacted landowner whose property is already traversed by the Transco pipeline, and I would share a property line with the proposed compressor station 206. In opposing the entirety of the NESE project, I speak for my neighbors whose health, welfare, and safety would be immediately and directly in harm's way from the hazards and pollution created by a gas-powered compressor station. And I speak for all the residents of New Jersey and New York who would be adversely affected by the unneeded and unwanted NESE project. I also speak as board secretary for the New Jersey Buddhist Vihara and Meditation Center, whose property also abuts the CS206 site, with its center of worship only 1/4 of a mile away from this proposed industrial facility. The completion of the largest Buddha statue in the Western Hemisphere here in 2017 prompted Franklin Township to proclaim it as a cultural landmark. Not only would the monks, congregants, Dhamma school children, and visitors be adversely impacted by air and water pollution, but their religious and cultural activities and meditation practices would be disrupted by the constant noise emitted 24/7 by the operation of the compressors and the roar caused by periodic blowdowns. I speak for the environment, for the land, the air, the water, which NESE would pollute, and for the wildlife that would be harmed by the degradation of our natural resources, both on land and offshore. I speak for the climate, which would be compromised even further by the emissions of methane and nitrous oxide from CS206 and from leaking pipelines. The mission of NJ-DEP is to protect, conserve, and manage our natural resources, which are by law precious and invaluable public resources held by the state in trust for the benefit of the public, and to protect the rights of the people of the state to enjoy their natural resources free from interference by pollution and contamination. Governor Murphy and the NJ-DEP, this is exactly what we're asking you to do. We urge you to prove that the letter P in your department's abbreviation really stands for protection by denying outright all applications for NESE permits. We and the future generations are counting on you to live up to your promises. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much. The next three speakers will be Patty Cronheim, Blair Nelson, and Lynn Leder. Patty?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Patty Cronheim. I'm with Rethink Energy New Jersey, which is a nonprofit that promotes a clean energy future. Under federal law and New Jersey law, the public interest is a key consideration in the review of the Clean Water Act Section 401 Water Quality Certification application. And lack of public interest was referenced in the NJ-DEP NESE permit denial of 2020, since it was clearly proven that there was no need for the project, and National Grid itself stated There were less harmful, more affordable alternatives. I'm going to start the discussion with NESE, but there are other ways in which NESE is not in the public interest. Studies have proved NESE was unneeded, well, it still is. Due to strides in energy efficiency and building electrification in New York, demand for gas for buildings has gone down since NESE was first proposed. The Federal Energy Information Administration shows a 15% decline in demand for gas in buildings in New York between 2018 and 2025. And recently, New York State passed and codified the All-Electric Building Act. New York City passed Local 154, and these will, as early as next year, start requiring new buildings to decarbonize. By 2029, almost all new buildings will need to be carbon-free. This will accelerate the decline in the demand for gas in New York, making NESE even more unneeded. Change in political winds should not be justification for unnecessary infrastructure that harms our health, environment, and pocketbooks. The NESE is not in the public interest because it's not affordable. If NESE is allowed, New York ratepayers will be on the hook, and nothing's more expensive than building unneeded fossil fuel infrastructure. NESE would increase New York ratepayers' bills 3.5% for the $1.2 billion project, and that's at the 2016 estimated cost. We know with inflation the cost will be far higher, while Williams Transco is guaranteed a 15% return on equity. So while New York is stuck with the bill, New Jersey would pay with our health, our environment, and our safety. However, New Jersey also has some financial skin in the game, and we know from reading gas industry financial reports that a major industry goal is to get more gas to our shore for future LNG exports. NESE would accomplish the first step of that, and it would lead to higher gas costs for everyone, including New Jersey ratepayers. A 2024 report by the National Bureau of Economic Research estimates that when gas enters the international market, through LNG, increased LNG, it's estimated that 12% increase in utility bills will be seen here domestically, and that would impact New Jersey ratepayers. That's why the Biden administration paused LNG permitting. It was because of costs. So in summary, there's nothing in the public interest about NESE. It's unneeded, it's unaffordable, it's unsafe, building a compressor station next to an active blast inquiry and pushing 400,000 decatherms of natural gas through 70-year-old pipelines with far lower standards than New Jersey allows for in-state pipelines is not safe. We are asking Governor Murphy to stand strong for New Jersey, follow the law and science, and deny NESE.
Thank you, Patty. Blair Nelson.
Good evening, representatives of the NJ-DEP and everyone listening. I am Blair Nelson, a Bayshore resident and executive director of Water Spirit. We're a New Jersey-based nonprofit that mobilizes thousands of people of all faith traditions to love and protect water. Over 70% of New Jersey practices a faith tradition, and every single one of those faith communities has a practice or a teaching that relates to water. When water is violated, that violates our rights to practice our religious traditions. It causes us moral injury. Today, I am here to ask the NJ-DEP to deny Williams Transco's permit applications for the Northeast Supply Enhancement or NESE project. I thank you for your previous denials of this project, and I urge you to deny it once again. I'm also requesting that the DEP hold additional hearings to allow the public to fully engage with this harmful project, as so many other people on this call have also requested. Front and center, this project would be a disaster for water, and you can take your pick about which water angle you look at: wetlands, the bay, drinking water. I am here to beg you not to turn New Jersey and the bay that I love into one large sacrifice zone. Construction activities will impact wetlands, which play a crucial role in filtering water and supporting biodiversity. Contamination from the likely leaks and spills will interfere with required ongoing monitoring and mitigation efforts. And the underwater pipelines experiencing increased pressure are also susceptible to leaks and ruptures, and that gets into the bay that I live off of, that I recreate in with my family, that I cross to get to work. The compressor station is located near the Higgins Farm MPL Superfund site, and part of the Raritan Bay Loop would go through areas 7 and 11 of the Raritan Bay Slag Superfund site, and construction would only increase the likelihood of water contamination from heavy metals at both of these sites. Furthermore, Transco plans to release water used in testing the pipeline into the bay. That plan involves releasing 3.2 million gallons of seawater that was treated with a toxic chemical core treat 15316, which, according to the EPA, is a highly toxic substance harmful to humans. And the stormwater basin design currently is undersized and will fail. Transco's own geologic data shows that it will fail to meet stormwater requirements. So what waters wouldn't this project touch? Think of the enormity of the community of life that relies on all of these waters. And furthermore, NESE represents a significant investment in fossil fuel infrastructure, which will only lock us in to worsened climate catastrophe. We cannot protect water without mitigating the climate crisis, and the time to act is now to meet our stated goals. So for these reasons and more, I urge the NJ-DEP to once again reject Williams Transco's permit application for the NESE project and hold additional hearings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lynn Leder.
Hi there. My name is Lynn Leckie. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lynn Leckie. I live in Princeton Manor. Our community entrance is approximately a half-mile away from the proposed compressor station in Franklin Park. There's approximately 5,000 people within a 1.5-mile radius of this proposed compressor station, which is located hundreds of yards away from a rock blasting quarry. What could go wrong? Obviously, the concern is geologic hazards. So weekly blasting from trap rock shakes our homes in Princeton Manor that is approximately 3 miles away. What will repeated ground blasting do to the structural integrity of the pipeline and this facility? Consider also emergency response concerns. All fire departments within a 25-mile radius are volunteer fire departments. They don't have the equipment, the manpower, or the expertise to counter any gas pipeline explosion. There's no water supply on site, and the water pressure in Franklin Township wouldn't be sufficient. In conclusion, previously this was proposed 3 times and it was last defeated in 2020. Williams has had 5 years to develop alternatives, and yet they're back with the same proposal and not addressing the very real public concerns. Has Williams demonstrated that there's no safer alternative location exists? I would ask this department to require a comprehensive cumulative impact assessment examining both industrial operations, looking at long-term community health effects. What's the risk-benefit analysis? The risk is to water, animals, and an extreme risk of catastrophe to the people in this community. What's the benefit? Corporate profit. I would ask Governor Murphy and this department to once again deny this irresponsible proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next 3 speakers will be Pradip Chakravarti, Linda Powell, and Tara Lamont. Pradip, are you in? All right, we'll move to Linda Powell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Linda Powell, a steering committee member of the Franklin Township Task Force and a member of a coalition of environmental grassroots groups and individuals in New Jersey and New York. I first learned of this project in June 2016. Being a healthcare professional, I was very concerned by the public health impacts of compressor stations, especially of the proposed gas-powered CS206, the most polluting type. I was shocked to learn that every system in the human body could be negatively impacted. The Williams Transco Northeast Supply Enhancement, or NESE project, has changed very little in the past 9 years and is reportedly the same unchanged project that was denied both by you and by the NYSDEC. What has changed is that we have had the hottest summers ever recorded, massive forest fires, more frequent destructive storms with increased flooding and sea levels rising. Laws and regulations in both states have been passed to help protect our environment, such as changes in HAPs in 2018, which even one of the Mars 100 turbines far exceed, Governor Murphy's clean energy goals for New Jersey, and environmental justice laws in 2020 and environmental justice rules in 2023. Over 80% of Franklin Township's population is considered as an overburdened community based on the NJ-DEP criteria. Franklin is the site of the proposed CS206. Under your own regulations, this project cannot go forward. The NESE project is extremely dangerous, unneeded, and of no benefit to New Jersey. The plans for NESE endanger our wetlands and threaten the existence of many already endangered species. Even the proposed access road to the site of the construction of CS206 is bordered by wetlands. Many acres of woodland would be destroyed. The plans for construction do not adequately consider the high water table or stormwater management. Construction of a pipeline under Raritan Bay, New York Harbor will dredge up toxins buried for decades, polluting the water, endangering marine life, and negatively impacting both commercial and recreational activities for New Jersey residents. It upsets and frightens me that we no longer have federal agencies able to protect our environment or our health and safety, as they have been dismantled. But we do still have you to protect the environment and health and safety of New Jersey residents. For these reasons, and for a myriad of details that cannot be presented in 3 minutes, I am very thankful for your previous denials of this project and are asking you to again deny Transco's permit applications for the NESE project. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda Powell. Next, we'll have Tara Lamont. Lamont, that's Lamont. Moving on, our next 3 speakers will be Sunny Greenberg, Karen Speiler, and Harsh Bhargava. That's Bhargava.
Sunny is on her way.
Hi, my name is Sunny Greenberg. I live in Princeton Manor, Kendall Park, directly across from the proposed site of Compressor 206. Both my sister and husband died of lung diseases prematurely, so I'm very sensitive to conditions that are conducive to lung and other horrible diseases. The 6 toxic chemicals the proposed compressor will leach are deathly to all forms of life. If AI is to be trusted, more than 34,000 people live within a 3-mile radius of the proposed compressor site, not including their beloved pets and the natural preserves that many people enjoy, along with the wildlife living in those spaces. Not only are all forms of animate life under threat from this dangerous project, which provides not a single benefit to New Jerseyans and dubious benefits to New Yorkers, but inanimate objects as well will be harmed. Consider the pristine white Buddha statue at the adjacent Buddhist Meditation Center, the tallest and largest such statue in the United States, and a source of pride and comfort to so many. And not to mention the many nearby homes. All stand to suffer structural damage by vibrations and potential explosions of a compressor station to be erected by a company notorious for its poor safety record. With no intention of providing on-site monitoring, I might add. I don't know about anyone else, but I understand that monitoring will be taking place in Texas rather than on-site, and this does not make me feel safe. In conclusion, I'd like to say that the only way that the construction of this dangerous project can be understood is as a means of lining the coffers and pockets of the Williams Company and those politicians who believe that climate change is a hoax, while blocking the development of alternative sources of energy. I won't name names. Please protect life over toxic projects and their profits. There is not one single environmental benefit, but many environmental hazards that will be created if NESE is allowed. If you are truly a Department of Environmental Protection, then your only choice is to ban this noxious proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny Greenberg. Karen Speiler.
Start. Hello, my name is Karen Spiller, and I'm a senior resident of New Jersey. I live in a community that is a half a mile from the proposed toxic industrial infrastructure known as Compressor Station 206. I already have breathing issues, and this installation will blow toxic air pollutants directly onto my home. In fact, Williams Transco readily admits they will exceed pollution emission standards in the local community. However, they intend to buy credits to offset that somewhere else. This concept is unconscionable. Is poisoning one community acceptable if you somehow reduce it in another place? This is an outrageous issue when it comes to the health of our families. Compressor station exhaust contains volatile organic compounds, nitrogen oxides, and particulate matter, which contribute to respiratory and cardiovascular disease and forms harmful ground level ozone. Pipeline leaks, particularly of methane, also worsen air quality and contribute to climate change. Besides air pollution, there is the danger of water quality and the damages associated with this project. The construction will resuspend settled sediments, including buried toxins, increasing turbidity, making the water cloudy, and sedimentation in the water. This will harm aquatic life, potentially smothering fish eggs and impacting shellfish beds. The areas proposed for offshore pipeline construction contain legacy industrial pollutants, such as PCPs, dioxins, lead, mercury, and arsenic. Disturbing the seabed will release these toxins into the water. The compressor station is located near the Higgins Farm, which is a National Priorities List Superfund site where groundwater contamination is a concern, as significant construction activities in this area will exacerbate the existing groundwater contamination. These permits were previously denied more than 5 years ago, as you have heard. There is almost nothing new being proposed since then, except for the trend in the use of less fossil fuels and the need for them on a downward trajectory. Why now would we want to endanger the health of New Jersey residents, contaminate our water, create significant noise pollution for the local community, and increase fossil fuel use? For what? There's no benefit for New Jersey. For my health, the health of our children and our communities, you must deny these permits and finally stop this unneeded project, which is only conceived in reality to sell the gas overseas and make profit for Williams Transco. There's no other reasonable benefit. You can stop this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. My apologies if I mispronounce any names tonight. I'll do my best, but some of them are tricky. A reminder that the department is still accepting written comments. They can be submitted at the website shown on your slide. And if you have any technical issues, please email the email shown on the slide. We're gonna have Harsh Bhargava. That's
Yes.
PHA. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I am Harsh Bhargava, and you're doing well in pronouncing my name. Thank you very much. I come here on behalf of thousands of very worried seniors in New Jersey. Many of them are present right here. Why worried? Because of all the things people have already said about how this NESE project will pollute water and air, causing environmental damage in general and affect our health and even our lifespan. Let's talk about our immediate issue here, where New Jersey DEP can help, which is by once again not granting NESE the permit. You, the honorable commissioners of NJ-DEP, will prevent the contamination of groundwater near the compressor station site, not just during the construction phase, but in the future as well, since NESE project will create a significant negative effect on the wetlands. So I humbly submit you to deny the permit to NESE and let the Environment Department of Environmental Protection do just that, act for environmental protection. Why are we so worried? Let me explain one more point. There are at least 1,000 homes within 1 mile of the compressor station. We are worried about the carelessness and poor maintenance record of Transco. This particular station, gas station, 35,000, is located next to a live quarry, and they have their blast every other day, and the foundations of hundreds of homes shake. Just imagine what this can do to the connections to this, the pipes that are connected to the compressor, and how there is a possibility of toxic gas leaks that could directly affect the health of people living nearby, causing asthma, heart issue, and cancer. And finally, my worry relates to the buckling of civil society, government departments under the bullying of the White House. It pains me that the country I came to, by and large, stood for principles, had leaders with spine, whether in the Congress, State Assembly, government departments, including environmental protection agencies. It worries me how these good people are being bullied, bribed, cursed, arm twisted into doing what they're not elected or selected to do. I hope that honorable commissioners of the Department of Environment Protection will not permit any such bullying or bribery and will continue to do what they are appointed for, protection of environment fearlessly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harsh. Our next three speakers will be Kathleen Lynn, Mark Donaghy, that's Donaghy, and John F. Kolias, that's Kolias. Kathleen?
She's here.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Lynn, and I live in Princeton Manor. My husband and I started to look for a town, a home, for our next act as we retired. We looked into areas in New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey, and found a community that provided us with a comfortable home that we love, with wonderful amenities, including world-acclaimed artists and concerts at Princeton Richardson Hall, in a community that is friendly, intelligent, diverse, and amazingly energetic. We are faced with a possible and tragic altering of this reality. The proposed NESE compressor would be located in our residential community, close to schools, houses of worship, shopping areas, and 1,700 homes, including ours and all of our neighbors. Chemical pollutants are emitted by compressor stations, and these pollutants have devastating effect on human health in children, pregnant women, and the elderly. The impact of this compressor station will be a terrible blow to our community. Exposure to these air pollutants can be harmful to human respiratory, cardiovascular, and neurological systems, and increase human mortality rates. Additionally, these volatile organic compounds react in the atmosphere to produce ozone, which aggravates human respiratory conditions like asthma. Compressor stations are also significant sources of methane, a potent greenhouse gas and contributor to global warming. The majority of the methane is emitted during blowdowns, when compressor units are depressurized for maintenance and release large amounts of high-pressure gas into the atmosphere. This could happen every 2 weeks. In the US in 2020, compressors were estimated to have released 420,000 metric tons of methane, mainly during blowdowns. It is well established that air pollution has negative health effects. Short-term effects include symptoms such as headaches, nausea, and irritation of mucous membranes, which will affect my husband and me. In the long term, air pollution exposure is known to increase risk of lung cancer and cardiovascular and respiratory distress. Increased mortality rates can be directly attributed to higher air pollution exposure. A variety of health issues affected by air pollution that may be less well known include stroke, hypertension, diabetes, mental health effects, and negative reproductive and birth effects. In addition to higher air pollution exposure, our senior community is more likely to have underlying health conditions, which will further increase susceptibility to environmental health hazards. The long-term and cumulative impacts of compressor station emissions on the vulnerable population will result in negative and possibly fatal health outcomes. Needless to say, this is of grave concern to our community. Please deny this dangerous and unneeded project.
Thank you. Mark Donahue. What about John F. Colias?
He's coming. In a minute. He'll be right here.
Good evening. My name is John Colias, resident here at Princeton Manor. And I've heard a lot of very touching and informative comments about the environmental issue that I was going to talk about also, but instead of beating a dead horse, as they say, I can come to you with my strong point. And being the age that I am, I can tell you that I've been fishing in Raritan Bay for over 50 years. I know these fish like the back of my hand, and I know Raritan Bay like the back of my hand. But this pipeline that's going to be running underwater is going to be a brutal and unnecessary project that could have economic impact on many people who work and live on the water. You have charter fishermen, party boat fishermen, marinas, bait and tackle shops, and all the people involved with anything to do on the water. What type of impact could this have on these people? I'm not going to say that it's definite, but it could have a distinct impact on these people's lives. If you ever take a drive through the bay, which the previous people that have talked, and I'm sure they know what I'm talking about, you'll see the clammers out there. These guys that are working their backs off and giving their lives to a very, very tough thing to do every day in the water. I know that for a fact that striped bass that come into our bay are monitored every couple of years for PCBs, which could increase drastically by driving these posts into the bay bed to support this pipeline, which is a very dangerous thing for people who eat the fish and for people who fish for them. So I'm just want the DEP, who I know very well, to do the right thing. Do from your heart what you know is right and deny this horrible thing that's about to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will have just one more speaker until before the break. So the speaker is Usha Manhas. That's USHA MANHAS.
She's walking to the computer.
Hello, my name is Usha Manhas. I'm from Princeton Manor, and I oppose this clearly. And the reasons are that others have said The health will be affected for all that live here, plus the surrounding areas. The Buddhist temple will be affected, which my family attends, and other houses of worship. The sound volume is not good. It's going to affect our health, the blowouts. So NJ residents will not benefit. So why in New Jersey? The water pollution, wetland habitats, it's all going to be affected. And also, we would like more in-person meetings with NJ-DEP. And we definitely oppose this, my family and I. Thank you. And also, my mom, who's 92, she will be affected greatly. So please think about the elderly people also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the commenters we've had so far. It's 2 minutes before 7:30, but we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll start it at 7:29, and it will go for 5 minutes. And at the so 7:34, we will call the next speaker. See you then. Thanks.
Speak recording. We see it would be recorded on.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? If you
Yes, we
can.
can. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, but just please mute
After-
until, yeah.
And
called.
longer?
Okay, we are back. And Tim, if you'd like to call the next
Can you hear me?
commenter.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Just a polite reminder, if you are joining us, please keep yourself
Can you
muted.
hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, but please keep yourself on mute until we
Why
call
do
on
you
you.
keep unmuting me? One of the reasons DEP should not be.
All right, sir, we will keep you on mute until you are called upon. We are calling all the registered speakers in the order of registration. So please give us time, wait your turn. All right, thank you. We are back, and our next three speakers will be Lu Zhang, that's L-U-Z-H-A-N-G, Satish Bandari, that's S-A-T-I-S-H-B-H-A-N-D-A-R-I, and Barbara Cuthbert, that's C-U-T-H-B-E-R-T. Is Lou around? All right, Satish Bandari.
Hello, my name is Satish Bandari, a resident of Princeton Manor Senior Community. We have 350 houses and 700 residents. We are about half a mile downwind on eastern side from the proposed NESE compressor station. I'm here to object to the NESE project because of the following risks. Air pollution. The 32,000 horsepower NESE compressor station will release industrial gases. We are facing methane, benzene, and nitrogen oxides that will be released into the air. William Transco Company admits that these gas releases will exceed guidelines. They plan to offset it by buying emission reduction credits elsewhere. This concept that it is okay to overpollute in one community if you can buy credit elsewhere is offensive to the rights of nearby senior communities, schools, and hospitals. Water pollution. Pipelines under pressure are susceptible to gas leaks that will contaminate surrounding waters. These polluting gases include sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide. It will increase toxic content of drinking water nearby. Noise pollution. Compressor stations are loud, just like a jet engine. With continuous operation, compressor stations move natural gas through pipelines and produce noise from turbines. This will raise noise levels in nearby environment by a wide margin. Blowdown events in compressor stations regularly release pressurized gases, generating very loud noise for 2 to 3 hours at a time. The decibel level is equivalent to a jet engine sound. The impact of compressor noise is more pronounced in nearby residential areas, schools, and hospitals.
Seniors in Princeton Manor will be directly affected. Compressor noise will also contribute to sleep disturbances. In summary, the NESE project will have wide-ranging adverse effects on the surrounding environment because of increased air, water, and noise pollution. Our senior community in Princeton Manor urges you to do the right thing by rejecting NESE project that has been previously rejected about 5 to 6 years ago. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next will be Barbara.
Hi, Lou Zhang is here. Can she be the next after Satish?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Tim.
Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Lu Zhang. I'm a resident of Princeton Manor in South Brunswick. I am against gas compressor station 206. I will be referencing an online 4-page document titled Accidents, Compliance, and Safety Records of Williams Companies, Inc. It details incidents involving natural gas ruptures, explosions, fires, pipeline leaks, regulatory fines, injuries, and fatalities spanning from 2000 to 2015. I only have 15 years of data. Due to time constraints, I will share only a selection of these entries. In 2002, Williams was reported to be in financial distress and on verge of bankruptcy. Williams' own shareholders filed a class action lawsuit against it. Alleged the company hid its fading financial conditions. In 2003, Williams paid $20 million in fines for reporting false data to manipulate the California natural gas market and paid California $417 million to settle the case. In 2007, Williams agreed to pay $290 million to settle the above-mentioned class action lawsuit filed by its own shareholders in 2002. In 2013, a fire in Williams Compressor Station at Branchburg, New Jersey, injured 13 people. In June 2013, Williams Natural Gas Liquid Cracker plant in Louisiana exploded and burned. 700 contract workers were present. 2 people were killed and 114 people were injured. In June 2013, investigations into Williams, Louisiana explosion found that Williams had not conducted an OSHA inspection in 10 years. In 2014, the U.S. Chemical Safety Board expanded its investigation of safety practices at Williams companies after the incidents in Washington, Wyoming, and Louisiana. The lead investigator for the board said, with a strong corporate oversight process safety, it would be very unlikely to have 3 incidents like this in a 12-month period. In 2014 and 2015, explosions at natural gas plant and the Louisiana chemical plant owned by Williams killed 5 workers and injured more than 80. I can go on. Williams
Thank you very much, Lou. But unfortunately, if you have any additional comments, they will have to wait until we've gone through the registered list first.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Is Barbara around?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go
Can
ahead.
you hear
ma'am.
me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you for this hearing and the opportunity to testify. I know it's only 3 minutes and I will be submitting longer comments. My name is Barbara Cuthbert. I'm from Franklin Township, and I've been involved in fact gathering and opposition to NESE since 2016. I really appreciate that the DEP denied permit applications for NESE in the past due to water quality harms that violate New Jersey standards. However, the deficiencies in their prior applications have not been rectified in the 2025 application. Unresolved issues with NESE remain for water quality impacts during and after construction. For the in-water construction and hydrostatic testing, these include sedimentation, turbidity, release of toxins and chemicals that will impact water quality, habitats, marine life, and the shore economy. For the on-land construction and operations, there would be wetland disturbances, potential groundwater contamination from nearby Superfund sites, and habitat disruption. Concerns remain for the stormwater management at the proposed compressor station 206 site, as well as areas of the Madison Loop pipeline that will introduce risks to wetlands, steep slope stability, and revegetation efforts from construction in high acid producing soils. Now, since the DEP has a duty to protect the quality of our waters, and since Williams Transco has not made any substantive alterations to their plans in the last 8 years, which could ensure the construction and operation of NESE would meet New Jersey standards, I strongly urge the DEP to again reject this application for permits. Additionally, since Williams Transco asked the DEP in a June 10th, 2025 letter to include all public comments from their June 26, 2017 application to DEP in this current permitting record and consider them in the 2025 review, I ask that comments from all subsequent applications for NESE be so treated. This would be for resubmitted applications on June 20th, 2018, June 12th, 2019, and January 21st, 2020. Lastly, I urge the DEP to hold additional hearings. People do not know that this project has reemerged, and people need to understand the scope of the proposed project and be fully engaged in this process. Again, thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I will be submitting much longer comments to the DEP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next three speakers will be Alessandra Giannino, Drew Cuthbert, and Larry Greenberg. Is Alessandra around?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Mark Eisman at the Natural Resources Defense Council. He could not make it tonight. NRDC is an international nonprofit and scientific organization active on a wide range of environmental issues. NRDC has 3 million members and online activists, tens of thousands of whom are in New Jersey. Consistent with this work, NRDC has worked to stop the building of proposed natural gas pipelines in New Jersey and New York, including the previous attempt to build the controversial NESE pipeline subject of tonight's hearing. The NESE pipeline would slice through 10 miles of land in New Jersey and 6 miles offshore in Raritan Bay, as has already been stated. The bodies of water that could be impacted by this pipeline host endangered and threatened species, including crabs, turtles, mussels, dolphins, seals, and 200 fish species. Additionally, this area is also an important economic and recreational hub for the New York, New Jersey area. In fact, the pipeline's workspace could cross through 3 DEP designated sport ocean fishing grounds, and in total, approximately 4,000 acres of the New York Harbor shoreline serves as parks or public waterfront spaces. But because the proposed pipeline threatens water quality, the marine ecosystem, and the fishing and recreational economy, and based on a review of the application before the department, we believe the agency should once again deny the required Section 401 water quality certification for this project. And there are 2 main reasons why. First, the application fails to demonstrate that pipeline construction would not lead to violations of state water quality standards, the key legal test for issuance of these permits. And New Jersey reached this same conclusion twice before. In its 2019 denial of the NESE permit application, the department expressed concerns that the proposed project could adversely impact surface water quality and that Transco had not sufficiently demonstrated how it would avoid those adverse impacts, specifically because Transco's sampling results found exceedances of PCBs, mercury, and other toxins. In 2020, Transco resubmitted its application but failed to address these concerns, once again leading the department to deny the application. And now, Transco has resubmitted the same application without any additional environmental review, sampling analyses, or other evidence to show compliance. In fact, the company's own admission that the applications are essentially identical to the applications reviewed by the department in 2020. Second, it would be contrary to law for the department to reverse course and now approve the application when the laws and facts remain the same. When the same application was previously denied, the department explicitly stated that the application materials failed to demonstrate compliance with the state's Freshwater Wetlands Protection Act, the Flood Hazard Area Control Act rules, and the Waterfront Development Law and the Coastal Zone Management rules. These laws have not changed, and once again, neither of the contents of the application. For these reasons, NRDC respectfully urges the department to deny Transco's application for water quality certification of the NESE project and prevent this pipeline from jeopardizing New Jersey's precious water resources. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony tonight.
Thank you very much. Drew?
He's not here.
All right. Thank you. And Larry Greenberg? Okay, we will move on to the next three. That's Ellen Wijesinghe. That's Wijesinghe. Catherine Cummings and Lisa Plourde. That's Plourde. Ellen?
Hands are walking up to the computer. Thank you.
My name is Ellen Wijesinghe. I oppose the NESE pipeline and compressor station 206 since I live less than a mile away. 9 public organizations funded our legal team to identify the devious nature of actions by Transco. Transco's motion for leave, submitted to FERC after 42 days, violates Rule 213 requiring a response within 30 days. Transco's petition requests a procedure that the Natural Gas Act does not authorize. We demand a new application from Transco since the old application is invalid for reasons cited by our legal team. Although Transco later proposed minor changes to construction methods, they do not minimize air pollution, noise pollution, and pungent odors with no major change to the application already denied. With admirable unity, 17 townships, including South Brunswick and Franklin, concerned about local impacts, expressed their opposition to NESE by resolution. More towns will follow. We urge New Jersey DEP to re-examine if the best available science is used to achieve its stated goals. Adverse effects are concentrated within the plume area of the compressor station. Local pollution effects cannot be neutralized by combining emission reduction credits from other locations. Plume data from NOAA dated July 2016 and December 2016 show plume extensions within 6 months. Melting polar ice caps trigger breakdown of temperature balance in ocean currents, resulting in massive climate changes over the last 9 years. A new determination of plume expansion for our site is required to estimate future trends, which NJ-DEP should initiate as part of their responsibility. Our area preserves a natural forest environment with abundant trees and sufficient water resources to absorb the carbon dioxide generated by human activity and release the oxygen we inhale. This time-tested natural process is disrupted when large compressor stations generate sharp bursts of harmful noise, release carbon dioxide, methane, carcinogens, and other pollutants. Reportedly, after approval, Transco has later applied to double compressor power at some of their sites, thus multiplying damage effects without review. Therefore, it is very important to deny all Transco's permits for this project now.
Thank you, Ellen. Catherine Cummings?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Cummings, and I'm a resident of South Brunswick. I'd like to start my time by asking you a question of How many representatives from DEP are listening to this conversation tonight?
We are not addressing questions. We are just listening to your comments this evening. Thank you.
Okay. I suspect it's not a large group of DEP representatives, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. But if it is just a few of DEP representatives, that certainly leads one to think that more hearings will happen. The reasons to not build a compressor station and the NESE pipelines have been articulated very well by my comrades in this fight. And even in your own files, the DEP and your predecessors wisely have turned this down more than once related to pollution concerns in the water and violating water laws and not allowing for a water permit. I beseech the DEP to please stay with that mandate that you have. As a lifelong resident of New Jersey, I absolutely love this state. The farms, the forests, the waters, and the DEP and others have done a tremendous job in cleaning up our environment over the last couple of decades to make us all proud when we go down the shore and drive through farmlands, etc. Please do not abandon all the hard work that you have done. It is difficult to be in the position you're in, getting pounded on by all sides, but your mandate is to protect the environment. And just water alone and the way that the compressor station and NESE will violate our waters with toxins, etc., should be reason enough. So please go back into your files and get that denial and Xerox it and put it through the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Lise Plourde, Plourde.
Good evening. My name is Lise Plourde, and I reside at Princeton Manor, a half a mile from the quarry. Over the last 17 years, we have experienced over a blast from the quarry almost every week. My house shakes, and that is affecting the foundation. I am convinced that if the compression station is situated next to the quarry, it will be affected the same way. The joints could loosen and let gas out. The compression station will be unmanned and monitored remotely in Texas. If there is a fire, our volunteer fire department will not be permitted to enter the premises unless there's a representative from Transco. The fire will spread through the woods and could destroy our community. There is no running water in the vicinity of the compressor. I am a cancer survivor, and I am concerned about the toxins that will be released in the air. I also have COPD and have a hard time breathing, so I really don't need these toxins to be released in the air. Thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you, Liz. Our next three speakers will be Ron Wetzman, that's Waetzman, Peggy Cummings, and Dhirendra Doshi. That's DHIRENDRA Ron?
Yes. Good evening. My name's Ron Weetzman. I also live in Princeton Manor in Kendall Park, New Jersey. And you've already heard we're a senior community with over 700 residents and only a half mile from proposed NESE compressor 206. I also happen to be secretary of the board of the HOA. The new NESE application for permits from NJ-DEP is not a new project. It is no more than a resurrection of the old NESE project, which was declared legally dead in May of 2024. By its own admission in its application to FERC, Transco asked for and received an expedited reinstatement of the vacated FERC certificate because it is the same project. Matter of fact, FERC did not even require a new environmental impact study. It ruled that the EIS from 2019 is still valid as nothing has changed. NJ-DEP has no recourse but to deny these permits again, as there are no substantive changes to the facts upon which these permits were denied in both 2019 and 2020. To be more specific, in October 2019, the department denied water quality certification due to environmental concerns regarding water quality, sediment disturbance, and the potential harm to aquatic ecosystems. Again, in May 2020, DEP formally denied these permit applications. The NESE project would not comply with the Clean Water Act, and therefore it failed to meet the state's water quality standards. Subsequently, Transco had 4 years to amend these applications to mitigate these factors, and they did not submit anything to DEP. Now in 2025, they are coming back. New Jersey will not receive any of the gas from this proposed project. What New Jersey will receive is polluted air, dangerous toxins in our water, and environmental disruptions. National Grid, the supposed customer for this gas, publicly stated that there are other alternatives which would be more than sufficient to achieve New York energy needs. Let me ask NJ-DEP, how could you possibly approve these permits given these facts? NJ-DEP must deny these permits once again, as nothing has changed since your denials from 2019 and 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Peggy?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Peggy Cummings, and I am a resident of 17 years in the beautiful community of Princeton Manor, located in Kendall Park, New Jersey. Of course, you've heard from many of our wonderful community members regarding this project and our opposition to it. I am also strictly opposed to the Northeast Supply Enhancement Project, also known as NESE, due to the impact it will have on the health and well-being of myself and other seniors living in Princeton Manor. At Princeton Manor, we enjoy many outdoor activities such as tennis, pickleball, bocce, swimming, walking, and biking. And that being said, I also am a 68-year-old woman with lung disease, specifically asthma, who happens to have a great love for the outdoors. For these reasons and many more, I am sincerely concerned about the implications this project will have on air quality. The NESE pipeline and its proposed large 32,000 horsepower compressor station, which will be located a half mile from the entrance of Princeton Manor, will negatively impact air quality by releasing pollutants from the natural gas turbines during blowdowns, and based on past history, the inevitable leaks from the pipelines. The turbines at the compressor station 206 will be powered by natural gas, and this high temperature combustion will release volatile organic compounds, VOCs, such as benzene, formaldehyde, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide, which are greenhouse gases, nitrogen oxides. Both the planned blowdowns and accidental releases from pipeline infrastructure will emit a significant amount of methane, which contributes to ground level ozone and air pollution, which can cause or worsen respiratory issues and heart disease. The prevailing winds around the proposed compressor station blow directly from west to east, releasing these toxins on the Buddhist Vihara, and 1,700 homes in South Brunswick, including Princeton Manor community of 700 seniors, as well as schools and other religious houses of worship like churches and mosques. We at Princeton Manor implore Governor Murphy and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to deny the Northeast Supply Enhancement Project and Compressor Station 206. Our health and well-being are in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peggy. Dhirendra?
Yes, this is Dhirendra Doshi, Princeton Manor, South Brunswick. I asked the NJ-DEP, can you guarantee our future, the future? You will hear many stories, making your minds run like curries. So how do you know what is the truth? If you cannot guarantee our futures, you cannot approve their permit, can you? A loud hum in our valley will forever alter our sanity. A Buddhist temple so pristine, will it still remain blissful? If our quiet you cannot guarantee, you can't approve their permit, can you? The blasting at the trap rock quarry is felt in our bones and our walls. Have compressors ever been built next to an active quarry? If our safety you cannot guarantee, you cannot approve their permit, can you? Air quality in Mercer and Middlesex in 2025 is already pitiful. An F grade for ozone smog, a D grade for daily particle pollution. What will be the impact of blowdowns to our health? Surely, with air quality getting much worse, you cannot approve their permit, can you? Methane leaking you can't always smell. Remotely control a compressor from hell. A fire once started will only get bigger. Our firemen cannot enter. If the emergency responders cannot guarantee our safety, and you cannot approve their permit, can you? You will hear their promises. Don't believe every word. What you have to differentiate are the facts from the lies. So what you have at hand, our children's future is in your hands. The security and safety of a community that is trusted in your authority. If you cannot guarantee, you cannot approve their permit, can you? And the answer to the NJ-DEP, the answer is no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next three speakers will be Charlie Kratovil, that's Kratovil, Jeffrey Yang, and June Hampson. Charlie, are you online?
Yes, am I recognized?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Kratovil. I'm the Central Jersey organizer here at Food and Water Watch. And I first encountered the NESE project as a reporter here in New Brunswick. I was very impressed with the opposition to the project. The advocates were showing up and they had the facts to back up their position. And NESE continues to be a ludicrous idea. And one that actually moves our state backwards. You heard from a fire commissioner sharing concern that they do not have enough water to put out a fire. And I'm telling you, this is a very real concern because Williams pipelines and compressor stations have exploded or caught fire 10 times in a 10-year period, killing 6 people and injuring more than 100. Why would we even consider a project that builds more explosive infrastructure in a populated area, to say nothing of the climate and air quality impacts? We need Governor Murphy and this DEP to do their job. And I have to ask, why are we here? If Governor Murphy and his DEP truly cared about our comments tonight, we wouldn't be on Microsoft Teams. We wouldn't be waiting for hours to be heard. with, I see 140 people on the call. May I ask, what will you do when we get to 9 p.m. and not everyone has been heard? Nothing?
We're not answering questions. We're just here to gather comments.
That's ridiculous. I'll say I've been fielding calls and texts from a number of residents who've been facing obstacles to joining the meeting. There are some people who want to be here and cannot. Glad to see some faces of the people I've been communicating with because of your choice to have this on Microsoft Teams. Many of these people are offended at the way DEP has tried to force them to use this unpopular and confusing tech platform to make their comments. And we're all insulted that for a project like this, we only get 3 minutes to make our comments. If you all really cared, you would have an in-person hearing in every community that would be affected. You'd have one in Somerset County, you'd have one here in Middlesex County, and you'd have one on the Raritan Bay Shore. But instead, you're trying to fast track this project and force it through as fast as possible. This is ridiculous. We need you to do your job and stand up for the residents of New Jersey. Governor Murphy was elected by the people here in New Jersey, not New York and not by Williams. We need him to stand up for each and every resident who's here. I haven't even heard one comment in support of this NESE project, but I see people patiently waiting their turn to get their 3 minutes to make comments, and you won't even give us the courtesy of answering basic questions. This is absurd. We need to reject NESE, and we need more public hearings. This is insufficient, what's been done tonight. Absolutely unacceptable.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Jeffrey Yang.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Yang. Y-A-N-G is my last name. Thank you very much for hosting this public hearing and for giving me the opportunity to speak. I live in the 55-plus adult community in South Brunswick that is half a mile from the proposed compressor station. I'm strongly opposed to NESE. The NESE project and its associated compressor station 206 will have several negative impacts on water quality both during and after construction. Construction activities will impact wetlands, which play a crucial role in filtering water and supporting biodiversity. The NESE project is expected to impact a significant amount of wetlands in New Jersey, including forested wetlands, especially those surrounding the proposed compressor station. New Jersey DEP has, a long time ago, recognized the rapid depletion of our wetlands due to development pressure, and back in 1987, passed the Freshwater Wetlands Protection Act for protecting these vital resources. Thanks to that law, we still have our wetlands today. We thank you for having the law in place and enforcing it for the benefits and the future of all of New Jersey. Now, in addition to water pollution, compressor stations release pollutants like methane, benzene, and other volatile organic compounds into the air during normal operation and blowdowns. These pollutants can cause respiratory problems, exacerbate asthma, and contribute to smog and ozone formation. The constant humming of the station and the loud blowdowns cause huge levels of noise pollution. I and many people in our 55-plus community and the surrounding communities enjoy taking walks, talking to neighbors, playing tennis or pickleball, going to the pool in the summer months, and many other outdoor activities. The air and noise pollutants caused by the compressor station will seriously affect outdoor activities in the worst possible way, and it is especially devastating to the elderly and children. And for this reason, I'm strongly urging the NJ-DEP to deny all the permits that William Transco is applying for. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey Yang. June Hampson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, my name is June Hampson. As a retired developmental psychologist, I want to express my strong opposition to the construction of the NESE pipeline and compressor station, because it will be hazardous to the health of every citizen, but particularly because of the harm it will cause to the normal development of children. The compressor station will be in a populated area with 5 elementary schools serving over 2,900 students within a 5-mile radius of its proposed site. There are also 13 preschools within a 5-mile radius, 7 of which are within a 2-mile radius of the proposed site. Generations of children will be exposed to toxic chemicals released by the station 24 hours of the day as they play outdoors, as well as in their schools, homes, and daycare centres. Toxic chemicals released into the air can be carried for a 6-mile radius and often further depending on wind conditions. Emissions can include particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and volatile organic compounds, including benzene and formaldehyde. The EPA has classified benzene as a known human carcinogen, with no safe levels of exposure. There is growing evidence that benzene is associated with childhood leukemia. Benzene affects the blood-forming system at even low levels of exposure. As a person who's been battling leukemia for the past 9 years, I urge you to protect children from this risk. Air exposure to formaldehyde targets the lungs and mucous membranes. The World Health Organization classifies it as carcinogenic to humans. It has also been linked with adverse pregnancy outcomes and developmental toxicity. Nitrogen dioxide exposure is known to lead to decreased lung growth in children and asthma. Emissions occur continuously during normal operations as hazardous pollutants are vented or leak from equipment. Large amounts of chemical contaminants will be released intentionally during routine maintenance operations called blowdowns. Those at increased risk include young children whose small lungs mean they breathe more frequently, but also developing fetuses, the elderly, and individuals with chronic respiratory or cardiovascular disease. The industry's practice of estimating yearly average exposure to these chemicals ignores the fact that frequently the direct exposure will be exceedingly higher. Williams has admitted their compressor station will emit some chemicals at above New Jersey State's permitted threshold, but has offered to offset this by mitigating exposures elsewhere and buying emission credits. This makes a mockery of New Jersey health standards and of Governor Murphy's pledge to protect the clean air, clean water, and a safe environment for all New Jersey residents. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much. Our next 3 speakers will be Gautam Sanyal, that's Sanyal, Gautam, Renee Jaro, and Stephen Jaro. Jaro is Juro. Gautam Sanyal.
Renee is here.
Hi, my name is Renee Juro. I live in Kendall Park, New Jersey. I'm a Princeton Manor resident. I am very concerned with the Northeast Supply Enhancement Pipeline project. It poses serious and long-term threats to public health, the environment, and the local economy. I am especially concerned how the air and water changes will affect my husband's, and my neighbor's health. There are approximately 2,000 homes within 1.5 miles of the compressor, about 5,000 residents from infants to the elderly. I am very active. I walk about 4 miles every morning. My husband plays pickleball outdoors in our development every week. We enjoy our pool. Within the 1.5 mile radius of the compressor, there are soccer fields, baseball diamonds, football fields, and playgrounds. There are avid cyclists and runners on the local streets. There are lots of people enjoying the many miles of the DNR Canal towpath. What will happen to all of us? How will this affect our health? We are not naive. We are aware of the following risks, and we are scared and we are angry. The air pollution. The proposed 32,000 horsepower compressor station will emit hazardous pollutants, including nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, methane, and particulate matter. These cause respiratory and cardiovascular issues, contribute to ground level ozone, and worsen climate change. Williams Transco admits emissions will exceed legal limits and proposes to offset them elsewhere, leaving the local community exposed to toxic air. There's water contamination. Construction through Raritan Bay will dredge up toxic industrial sediments such as PCBs, mercury, and arsenic, threatening marine life and the fishing industry. The project also risks groundwater contamination near a Superfund site and will damage critical wetlands that naturally filter water and prevent flooding. There's noise and there are odors. Residents will be exposed to extreme noise levels during routine blowdowns, comparable to jet engines, and foul-smelling mercaptan added to detect gas leaks, posing daily quality of life and health concerns for thousands of nearby homes, schools, and senior communities. NESE's risks to our health as well as our safety from potential explosions, fires, and federal safety violations far outweigh its limited short-term benefits. Local communities, environmental experts, and public officials have spoken. This project is dangerous, outdated, and unnecessary. You rejected this project 6 years ago. Please do the right thing and reject it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Jarrow.
Hi, my name is Stephen Jarrow. I'm from South Brunswick, New Jersey.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Hi, my name is Stephen Jarrow. I'm from South Brunswick. I'm going to keep this short and simple. There are many people who are giving details and specifics about the terrible impact this compressor station will have on our community. The air pollution, water contamination, ecological impact, negative economic impact, noise, smell, and so much more. There's absolutely no question that this will have damaging consequences to us, our homes, and our neighborhoods, and it will have absolutely no positive use for us. My question is, what has changed since the last time this was proposed and defeated? Why is this a good idea now, but it was soundly refuted just a few years ago? Have the regulations changed? No, they have not. Have the economic or community problems that this will cause been addressed or alleviated? No, they have not. So what makes this a good time for this project? Is it the current political climate? That seems to be the only thing that has changed. And that is an awful abuse of the system that are supposed to protect all constituents rather than the ones who align with those currently in power. This is more than a not in my backyard argument. It is about our health, our quality of life, and our property values. Direct negative impact with nothing in return. There was a reason that this was defeated before, actually many, many reasons, and none of those reasons have been attended to. So consider why the proposal is getting even any traction now and what the true purpose of this forum should be. Consider the facts presented years ago and re-presented now. Think about how it will hurt many, many people in so many ways and make the correct and honest choice to defeat this damaging proposal again. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen Jarrow. Final call for Gautam Sanyal. All right, I'll be moving on. Our next three speakers are Diane Heyer, Heather Heyer, and Robert Heyer. Heyer is H-E-Y-E-R. Diane?
She's here.
Okay,
I'm here.
thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify. And I also thank you and Governor Murphy for your previous denials of this project. My name is Diane Heyer and I live in Highgate Manor. I am here to urge the NJ-DEP and Governor Murphy to deny Williams Transco's permit applications once again, this time with prejudice for the Northeast Supply Enhancement Project. If the proposed compressor station 206 is built, my family and I would be living a mile from it. Think about this. Would you want a 32,000 horsepower natural gas compressor turbine station built within a mile of your home or even closer, as this is the case for many private residences, businesses, and houses of worship in our area? Also, what if they decide to expand this gas compressor, which I am sure they will? Then add active trap rock quarry next to that compressor station, a quarry which will continue blasting dynamite for a long time to come. From a mile away, my family and I can feel the shock waves from the blasting rumbling through our house, and this happens on a weekly basis. If we are in the basement, it sounds extremely loud, and the vibration is even worse than being on the main floor. It sounds similar to a minor earthquake. Over time, these vibrations can weaken the integrity of pipelines, mechanical systems, and cause potential ground instability at the compressor station. Intense or repeated blasts could cause cracks or ruptures in the pipelines, leading to natural gas leaks and or an explosion. I believe this quarry will help it along, and frankly, I'm scared. I have lived in my house for almost 30 years, and the thought of the blasting vibrations from the quarry potentially triggering a catastrophic explosion and destroying the house that I have loved and cared for over the years is terrifying. The proposed gas compressor station would be too close for comfort for me, my family, and for many others in Highgate Manor. My friends who live in Princeton Manor, Princeton Walk, and those whose homes that are on routes 27 and 518 were virtually have the compressor station in their backyards. The many businesses and houses of worship that are in this area would also be affected, as people may feel too unsafe to come to them anymore. I am asking that you please help us protect all that we have built with our friends and families and communities. I also hope you and Governor Murphy please take into consideration everyone else's comments regarding this most dangerous NESE project, as there are so many negative aspects of this unnecessary, unneeded project. So I would like to leave you tonight with a quote that I recently saw from the NJ-DEP. Start of quote, "New Jersey has a plan. Protecting what matters means planning ahead." End of quote. I hope you will practice what you are preaching by helping us protect our homes, families, and communities, because they are what matter. Again, I ask you and Governor Murphy to please deny their permits with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather?
Okay, she's here.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Heather Heyer, and I am a middle school teacher in the Somerset area. When my students and I come together as a class after the weekend, we take a moment to share our weekend stories with each other. And after the inclement weather this weekend, they had some stories to share. The hail was crazy. It rained so much. Miss, a tree fell down and almost hit my family's car. Oh my goodness, I said. Are you okay? Is your family okay? Is your car okay? Yeah, we were all okay, they said. I'm so glad you're all right, I responded. Are you okay? That's something I ask my students almost every day. Sometimes it's for things I can help them to fix, like explaining their assignment directions in a new way so they understand what to do. Sometimes it's for things that I cannot fix. A headache, an argument in a previous class, a broken heart. I can, however, offer comfort, make my classroom a space that is comfortable, welcoming, somewhere that my students know that even though I cannot fix everything, they can come to me and I will listen to them and help them as best I can. But if the air quality around our school is hazardous because of pollution from a natural gas compressor station, I cannot offer in an uncomfortable, polluted environment. I cannot be sure that they will be okay because of that. William Transco's proposed NESE compressor station 206 would be an encumbrance in my growing students' lives. A natural gas compressor station, when active, will emit various pollutants, including nitrogen oxides and particulate matter, which contribute to respiratory problems and other health issues in beings with lungs, animals, adult humans, and developing humans like my students. According to the pediatric environmental health specialty units, children are not able to metabolize some toxicants as well as adults due to immature detoxification processes. Moreover, the fetus and young child are in a critical period of development when toxic exposures can have profound negative effects. Even the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission said in their initial key findings in 2019 that the operation of Compressor Station 206 along with the NESE project would result in long-term impacts on air quality. Students that I will have years from now could develop lung-related issues. How can I encourage my students to pay attention and learn when they're having trouble breathing because of the asthma they developed from nearby air pollution? When I ask them, are you okay? Is there anything I can do to help you? And the answer is no, there's nothing you can do. My heart breaks. I care about the safety and well-being of my students inside and outside the classroom. I want them to be okay, more than okay even, when I ask them how they are feeling. I am hoping that with your help, NJ-DEP, you can assist me in making sure that my students are okay, that I can continue to be glad that my students are all right because they don't have to worry about excessive air pollution. Please deny all permits for Williams Transco's youth devastating gas compressor station. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Robert is on his way. There you are.
Hello, my name is Robert Heyer. I live in Highgate Manor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at this New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection hearing. On behalf of the 2,000 or so homes, businesses, and houses of worship that will be in close proximity to Williams Transco's proposed compressor station 206, some within a quarter mile, I respectfully ask that the NJ-DEP deny Williams Transco's various permit applications, as it has done many times in the past. The 206 compressor station is a 2-turbine, 32,000 horsepower gas-fired compressor. Each turbine burns some of the natural gas coming in via the pipeline in order to perform the gas compression. The burning of the natural gas results in combustion products, which are released into the surrounding air by exhaust stacks, polluting both the atmosphere near the compressor and downwind. The combustion products include VOx, volatile organic compounds, various nitrous oxides, and fine particulate matter, which contribute to respiratory, cardiovascular diseases, and others. Natural gas is highly explosive, and perhaps some of you will recall a time a pipeline in Edison, New Jersey exploded in the 1990s and the ensuing massive fire and destruction. The operation of the compressor station will produce noise 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, disturbing the surrounding area continuously. Imagine a diesel tractor running continuously day and night. Blowdowns, the release of a large quantity of methane gas from a compressor, will occur at certain intervals during facility maintenance and emergency shutdowns. Blowdowns can be lengthy and are very loud, described as similar to a jet engine. The construction of the compressor station will destroy forested wetlands and continuously disturb the remaining wetlands surrounding the project site. The station will be constructed near the Higgins Farm Superfund site. Clearing the land will churn up toxins in the soil, thereby worsening groundwater contamination. Furthermore, leaks and spills of toxic chemicals from the operational compressor station will only add to the soil and groundwater contamination. All of the above describes a major industrial facility. Yet, this gas compressor facility will be dropped into the middle of a residential area. It is wholly unacceptable that the New Jersey residents in the vicinity of the compressor station site should have their health, their property, and their lives compromised, especially for a compressor and its attendant pipelines that will provide no benefit to New Jersey, as if even that would be enough to justify such a compromise. Again, NJ-DEP, please deny all applications for permits related to the NESE project, this time with prejudice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. So we will now move to our next 5-minute break. As a reminder, our process for this hearing is registered speakers will have the first opportunity for verbal comment, and if time permits, we'll call unregistered speakers for comment. We will keep the hearing open for some time beyond 9 p.m. to accommodate additional comments. However, if you don't provide verbal comment tonight, please remember to provide written comments, which will be accepted through the NESE website until September 25th, 2025. Thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
You're going to need another hearing.
And it should be on Zoom with 1,000 people allowed to watch. This one should be on YouTube.
Please remain muted. Thank you during the break.
We can't talk during the break? I hope folks stand strong on this. We need another hearing.
Yep. Thank you, Charlie. Yes, we do. And they have the audacity.
Hi, Charlie. Great job. It's Celeste. Still waiting to get on. And yes, I did register.
Charlie, thank you all. Thanks for being here.
Can we give them a hard time about not posting the order of the speakers like they said they did?
That
We could, but I don't know if that's the most important thing to do here. I think we need more, you know.
It's just an example.
We get muted automatically, you know. Charlie, it's a.
Oh, that's what they're doing.
Thank you all for your strong comment.
Keep talking anyway.
This is my third time trying to talk and they disconnect me. But this time is not.
You will not silence Jerseyans.
Right on.
We don't want
yes.
Into a.
We're all saying no. Get the picture.
This hearing is not in good faith, though, as Charlie points out. I mean, we're being given a chance to speak, but I feel like it's being thrown.
This whole process.
Okay, welcome back. Tim, are you ready to move to call the next speaker?
Yep, we are ready. So the next three speakers will be Madhukar Madhu Prasad, Christopher Miller, and Lucy Joye. Joye is Joye. Madhukar?
He's walking up to the computer.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Madhu Prasad. I live at 35 Hardwick Drive in Kendall Park, New Jersey. I am the president of Princeton Manor Homeowners Association, an active adult community of 349 homes. Majority of our residents are senior citizens who have made PM their home due to its natural habitat and tranquil setting. Our residents highly value health, safety, and clean environment. Transco Williams compressor poses a very serious threat to over 700 residents, jeopardizing air quality, safety, and our peaceful setting. And you have heard enough details by a number of our residents, so I will spare you with further details. But I am here to tell you that on their behalf, that the proposed located Transco Williams is not acceptable to us. And therefore, we strongly ask you to deny the permit. On a personal note, we moved here from Texas to live near our children and our grandchildren in our golden years. We chose Princeton Manor for its natural surroundings and tranquility, which the compressor station would most certainly completely destroy. I therefore strongly urge the agency to reject the Transco Williams permit application. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that our voices will be heard. Thank you.
Christopher Miller.
Thanks. Good evening. My name is Chris Miller. I'm the executive director of the Eastern Environmental Law Center. We're a New Jersey nonprofit law organization which represents a coalition of New Jersey nonprofits and community groups in opposition to NESE. And I'm commenting tonight to urge the department to stand up for New Jersey's communities and environment, uphold the law, and deny these applications. I'm sure many, if not all of us here, are alarmed and dismayed by the loss of protections at the federal level for our environment. Fortunately, New Jersey has strong legal protections for our water and our wetlands, but those legal protections don't mean anything unless you, the Department of Environmental Protection, stand up for us and enforce those laws and do the right thing here. And that's what we're all calling upon you to do today. You have that legal authority and you need to exercise it. I want to run through some technical issues, and we'll be submitting written comments to address all of these. But first, although this is the same project that's been rejected, these are new permit applications under DEP's rules, and they need to be assessed under the current regulations. As an example, since the last denial in 2020, DEP updated and strengthened its stormwater management rules, including the 2021 green infrastructure requirements, and this project fails to comply with those requirements. As to the CS206 site, Transco's wetland delineation is incomplete and inconsistent. Critical wetlands near the Higgins Farm site are omitted from the maps, which is making it impossible to determine the true nature and extent of the impacts to wetlands and waters. Transco's application also suggests that it might alter the access road if the project is approved after the approval, which raises serious concerns about hidden impacts. The stormwater design is not compliant. Specifically, the basin drainage area is 13.5 acres, and that exceeds New Jersey's 2.5 acre max per basin. The groundwater mounting analysis is flawed. The road stormwater is not treated with the required green infrastructure. And Transco is using an incorrect time of concentration method, which inflates Transco's compliance claims. As to the coastal wetland and habitat impacts, they're not fully disclosed. Apparently, there was a late release of project plans, which has limited public review. There's inadequate detail on the regulated activities like grading, dredging, and filling. Impacts to steep slopes and wetlands buffers are not properly analyzed. And Transco is downplaying the risks of the drilling here, and that can have serious impacts on the salt marsh sparrow, which is a species of special concern recognized by DEP. As to the offshore impacts, the turbidity monitoring is inadequate. It's only done twice daily, daytime only. It's not enough to ensure compliance with water quality standards. Sediment resuspension could spread over 5,000 feet, smothering benthic organisms and contaminating fisheries.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris. I'm sorry I'll have to stop you there. But you can submit any additional comments or wait until after all the registered people are done. Our next speaker will be Lucy Joy. That's Joye.
My name is Lucy Joy. I'm a resident of Princeton Manor, which is located a half mile from the compressor station 206 and the NESE pipeline. I have a short personal appeal to make to NJ-DEP. Please reject Transco's application for the NESE pipeline and compressor station 206. The personal part of my appeal addresses health issues from airborne toxins which would be emitted from blowdowns of the compressor station. Earlier this week, the New York Times published a science-based article reporting increased diagnoses of Parkinson's disease, most probably linked to increased toxins in the air. 2 years ago, my husband died from Parkinson's disease, which he battled for 13 years. It is a cruel disease. As a witness to the ravages of this degenerative neurological disease on my loved one, I appeal to New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to exercise your authority and reject the NESE and compressor station project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker will be, apologies. Next three speakers will be Laurie Quinn, Taylor McFarland, and Lisa Trimboli. Laurie Quinn, Quinn. All right, Taylor McFarland.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Taylor McFarland, and I'm the Conservation Program Manager for the Sierra Club New Jersey chapter. I also live in Keyport, New Jersey, just a block away from the Raritan Bay. The Sierra Club is the largest and oldest environmental nonprofit in the country with almost 4 million members nationwide. We respectfully request that the New Jersey DEP deny the associated permits needed for William Transco's Northeast Supply Enhancement Project. Williams Transco's proposed NESE project is the same proposal that New Jersey DEP denied twice. Nothing has changed, and the impacts are the same. NESE does not meet the requirements for a waterfront development permit because it will fail to protect the Raritan Bay from pollution. Construction activities would resuspend sediment containing contaminants like arsenic, mercury, and PCBs into the Raritan Bay at levels exceeding New Jersey's limits. The coastal wetland permit would allow for the destruction of wetlands critical for protection against flooding and storm surges. Wetlands also offer vital pollution protection. They filter chemicals and sediment out of the water before it is discharged into the ocean. And the loss of these critical coastal wetlands will create more pollution and flooding in Middlesex and Monmouth counties. NESE does not meet the requirements for a coastal wetlands permit because the proposed pipeline route and new compressor station will cause permanent and temporary damage to acres of state-regulated wetlands that provide a natural buffer against rising water. The freshwater wetlands individual permit should also be denied because of the impact of construction activities that would harm water quality and aquatic life in New Jersey's waterways, particularly the Raritan Bay. New Jersey DEP must also deny the flood hazard area permits because Transco fails to protect against flooding. The pipeline will pick up contaminated siltation and soil along its path and dump it into our water. The impacts of the project will create more stormwater runoff that will add to flooding and pollution. The company's use of horizontal directional drilling, also known as HDD, presents another hazard with a high likelihood that the process will release drilling fluid into the environment. The project is a risk to public health and the general welfare of the communities in its path, including potential exposure to toxic fumes from compressor stations and worsening flooding from wetland disturbance. Williams-Transco's NESE proposal will increase polluted stormwater runoff, destroy critical habitat, and cause significant degradation to the environment. We ask DEP to once again deny their permits. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Taylor McFarland. Lisa Trimboli. All right, moving on. Our next two will be Kirk Frost, Danielle McCullough, and Celeste Racano. Do we have Kirk around? Danielle? What about Celeste Racano?
Yes, I'm on. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Celeste Racano. I'm a climate reality leader, trained an active volunteer for Food and Water Action, along with other environmental organizations. A coalition of over 28 environmental and advocacy organizations have been fighting this project successfully for almost a decade. Each time, the New Jersey DEP thankfully has denied Williams-Transco the necessary permits to build this toxic compressor station and pipeline. This project has not changed since their first failed applications. Yet again, they've reopened their applications. The NJ-DEP must deny these permits again, as they've done in the past, and stop this project once and for all. It's really appalling that they're even being considered again. And along with the proposed Franklin Township compressor station, there'll be 3.5 new miles of connecting methane gas pipeline that will go through Old Bridge, Sayreville, and South Amboy, and run 23 miles through the Raritan Bay, putting all New Jerseyans and our ecosystems in danger. Contaminated sediment disrupted because of the needed dredging for the pipeline would be released, and it would be over 1 million tons of toxins into the Raritan Bay. And again, I'm going to emphasize that the term is methane. I do not like when it's called natural gas, nothing natural about it. Methane is 80 times more powerful than the first 20 years after it's released into the atmosphere, and is more potent than CO2 in trapping heat. It's a highly flammable and explosive gas. The risk of a fire, compression station fire, is extremely significant. In fact, Williams-Transco since 2008 has had 10 pipeline and compressor stations explode. These incidents have killed 6 people and injured over 100 residents. And again, they release methane into the atmosphere, leveling buildings and contaminating groundwater. I want you to know that I have voiced my concerns over this proposed methane gas compressor station to my district's representative, Congressman Frank Pallone. And the reason why is because he was very actively involved in designating the Lawrence Harbor beachfront portion of Old Bridge Waterfront Park as part of the Raritan Bay Slag Superfund, so that cleanup of this area could proceed. So allowing or approving this dirty permits from Williams-Transco would really invalidate all the work he and others have done in the cleanup of the Raritan Bay. And just going to end with just showing you, I know you can't really see this, but this is an article from the Middlesex County Magazine that we received as Middlesex County residents. And here you'll see our New Jersey DEP Sean LaTourette in the photograph here. Just one sentence, Governor Murphy again, and the New Jersey DEP must protect our waterways from this really environmental disaster. And the permits must be denied, and we definitely need many more hearings in all the towns that this is going to.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Next three speakers will be Robert Scardapane, Ronkun Zhao, and Manije Saba. Scardapane, that's Scardapane. Ronkun Zhao, that's RONGKUNZHAO.
Yeah, she's here.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ronkun Zhao. I'm currently living in Princeton Manor, but 3 years ago, I was on the fence about moving to New Jersey. But a visit to the South Brunswick area in November changed everything. I immediately fell in love with the colorful foliage, the blue sky, and the crisp air. That is why I'm here today to share my thoughts with you. On this project, this NESE compressor station 206 is too close to home. It will release volatile organic compounds and nitrogen oxides, which contribute to the formation of harmful ground-level ozone. Ozone can damage your lungs and cause coughing, chest pain, and difficulty breathing. Both planned and accidental releases from the pipeline infrastructure will emit significant amount of methane and benzene into the air. Benzene is a potent cancer-causing toxin. Methane is a greenhouse gas that will contribute to global warming. The released fine particles can be inhaled, leading to respiratory and cardiovascular issues. I once lived near both a cement factory and a steel factory. So I know firsthand what fine particles can do to you. Your nose gets clogged and your throat becomes inflamed. Please keep this community beautiful. Please stand up and oppose this harmful project. Thank you.
Thank you. Manije Saba.
Good evening, Manije Saba. I live in Somerset, New Jersey, and I am really problemed by the fact that this program was put on this platform. I spent over a half hour and about 15-20 minutes to get to this, with help of a lot of help from Charlie, who had tried until finally I got here. I don't know why they have done it. I don't like to blame any individual, but this might be an oversight, if nothing else, that they have done this. And we need another meeting. We need another hearing so people can express themselves and get here on time and not to be so much harassed before they get in and can talk. We defeated this project once before. The only reason that I can imagine that we have NESE coming back and asking to do this, because we have a renegade government in Washington, and they are trying to decimate all of the environmental plans and projects. but they are not going to be successful anyway for any of these projects, but especially NESE. I don't think we have defeated it once, and we are going to defeat it again, but we need to be heard, and it's not acceptable. This is a dangerous project, and also my personal involvement in this, because I have been concerned about the environment for at least for past 48 years. And I'm 78 years old. I'm not worried about myself, but I'm worried, especially hearing about all of these children and families living so closely to this project. This is unconscionable. And I think we are, and as I know, this community is very active, very conscientious, and we are going to defeat this again, but we need to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mani J. Our next three will be Sonia Nobles, Arnold Schmidt, and Vasiliki Anastakakos. Wow. Sonia? Arnold Schmidt? And Vasiliki?
Yes, hi. My name is Vasiliki Anastasakos, and I live in Franklin Township. And I have been active in the within the community because Franklin Township is a wonderful place to live, but one that's facing tremendous challenges. And this, I may say, the possibility of constructing, going ahead with this project is extremely troubling to me and to many, many other people who have not had the opportunity to be online today for the reasons that many people explained. In 2008, I believe, Money Magazine included Franklin Township on the list of 100 best places to live in the United States. It was a great honor for everybody in Franklin Township, and it was well justified. However, since 2008, several things have changed, and our township council has worked extremely hard along with community groups to address the challenges that are facing us in 2025. And I'm not talking about the compressor station, although this may be the biggest challenge so far. Franklin Township, due to market changes, has faced in the past 15, 20 years a tremendous influx of warehouses and distribution centers like an Amazon warehouse and so on and so forth. As a community activist involved in this area, I am very familiar with air pollution, traffic congestion, air quality, problems with runoff water, water pollution, etc., etc. So I was very pleased in my research to find out that the NJ-DEP had created the Office of Environmental Justice. This is an environmental justice issue. Franklin Township has at least 25% each African American, Asian, and Latino population, and 29% white, okay? 30% of the people, of the students in our public schools come from families that are below the poverty line. Okay, let's not continue this trend where compressor stations are in areas where communities are overburdened. And let's give Franklin an opportunity to become the wonderful community that it is and it deserves to be. I hope you reject this project, and thank you for having done so in the past.
Thank you for your comment. Just reiterating that originally we said we would close at 9, but we will extend until 10 to accommodate more comments. So Tim, the next name.
All right. Next 3 speakers, Susan Jordan, Dawn Greenberg, and Sarah Gronem.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, okay, yes. My name is Susan Jordan. I live in Franklin. I live less than 4 miles from the proposed site of the compressor in the Griggstown section of Franklin. I've lived here for more than 20 years. I moved here for access to the hiking, wildlife, the historic Delaware Raritan Canal, and other activities. All of this will be negatively impacted by pollutants if the pipeline goes through. Many folks around here have well water. How will the compressors release of the benzene and other chemicals accept the water supply? I don't have any answer to that. I'm very concerned about the lack of oversight of the compressor station. For example, will we be notified when there's a blowdown or a leak so that we can make sure all our windows are closed and all our pets and kids are inside? We'll have to be notified by someone from Texas, apparently. To me, that's insane. And the purchase of emission credits appears to mean there will be little to no regulation on what is allowed to be emitted into the air. I find this horrifying. As I said, I moved here because of the cleanness of the air and the peaceful setting. I also have very personal concerns about this compressor because last year I was diagnosed with lung cancer. I was not a smoker. I had an extensive workup to find out more about my lung cancer and found out that my cancer has a variant that caused cancer to develop when I was exposed to a number of pollutants. I wouldn't want anyone to go through what I have gone through and am still going through with cancer. If this project is approved, how many others will be affected by respiratory diseases and cancer from the toxic pollution from the compressor through no fault of their own? I was part of the original group that successfully fought the pipeline when it was proposed several years ago. At that time, Governor Murphy and the DEP denied the project. I'm hoping and praying you will deny it again. Please, for the health of New Jersey residents, deny this unwanted and unneeded toxic project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dawn. Sarah Gronem. Right, our next 3 will be Bernadette Maher, Kip Cherry, and Patricia Talent. Bernadette?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Bernadette Maher, and I live here in Franklin Township, the site of the proposed compressor station. I'm here this evening to voice my opposition to this project and request that you deny these permits. These permits have already been denied by both New York and New Jersey, and there has been no significant change to warrant a request for approval. A recent study has again confirmed that there is no need for this gas in New York or New Jersey. On a personal note, back in the 70s, I remember the deplorable conditions along the Raritan Bay with oil-covered horseshoe crab, dead fish, and medical waste washing up on the shore. Through the concerted efforts of many, the water quality of New Jersey's have greatly improved, providing healthy habitat for marine life. This project will undermine these efforts and of our lakes, bays, and other bodies of water. Sensitive wetlands will be destroyed. Dredging under the bay would release toxins such as lead, arsenic, antimony, copper, iron, chromium, and other toxics that have been buried under the bay. The compressor station here in Franklin is located near an active quarry and close to thousands of homes. It will create air pollution and water pollution, releasing toxins into the air. The gases emitted by the station will increase the risks of asthma, cardiovascular, neurological, developmental, and respiratory diseases and cancers. As we've heard before, small particulate matter, which can come from burning fossil fuels, will cause forest fires and combine with other toxins and bring them deep inside our body. The risk of the high pressure risk of gases coming through the pipelines will create the risk of leaks, fires, and explosions. And again, as we've heard before, we do not have the proper equipment to fight these fires. I urge you, please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Kip?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kip Cherry, Conservation Chair for Sierra Central Group. I'd like to focus on compressor 206. On this basis, I'm addressing issues related to freshwater wetlands and the flood hazard area. My testimony is that airborne pollution emissions from compressor 206 will form a toxic layer on the surrounding wetlands and will be discharged from the wetland area during heavy storms and routine stream flows via Heathcote Brook. These discharges will carry toxins into the Millstone River, the major source of drinking water for 1.5 million people living in central New Jersey. This wetland area is a key source of water for the Millstone system and is an overflow area holding floodwaters generated by the Millstone. The toxic air emissions generated by compressor 206 not only will create an air emissions problem for the residents in the area, but it will create a toxic layer of chemicals on the wetlands that ultimately will be carried out via stormwater into the Millstone River. Rather than go through the list of pollutants that have already been mentioned, I'm just going to say that these pollutants create three major issues. One is the ambient air emissions themselves, which I just mentioned. The second is the degradation of the wetlands habitat. And the third is the ultimate discharge into the Millstone River. Again, a major source of drinking water. Many people in the area are not actually aware that their drinking water comes from the Millstone River. Critical pollutants and floodwaters coming from the wetlands area are directed into the Millstone via multiple tributaries of Heathcote Brook. It is these critical tributaries, and they need to be identified and estimated for flood volume in order to define the flood hazard area. One thing we learned in Texas is that small, no-name tributaries can contribute large amounts of floodwaters. We know that the Millstone has historically had major flooding issues. For instance, Hurricane Floyd in 1999, followed by Hurricane Irene in 2011, created extensive Millstone flooding, shutting down the ability for New Jersey American Water to withdraw water for their system and for the 1.5 million customers that they had at the time, and also created loss of life and extensive property damage. Finally, I want to mention that the Sierra Club has been opposing another project called the WRV Nurseries Data Center, and we commissioned Princeton Hydro to do a very detailed study of Heathcote Brook for that purpose. I am going to be attaching those two studies to our written submittal because there's a lot of insight on the dynamics of how the Heathcote Brook operates, which is, as I said, the key mechanism between the wetlands and the Millstone. Thank you very much.
All right. Moving on, Patricia Talent. I'm going to be moving a bit faster just so we can get as many people to speak. Next three are Amy Goldsmith, David Bronkinske, and Lasanta Chandana Gonetikleke. So Amy Goldsmith.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thanks.
My name is Amy Goldsmith. I'm the New Jersey State Director for Clean Water Action. We represent 75,000 Take Action members in the Garden State, as well as thousands of members in Pennsylvania where the frack gas would originate. Clean Water Action is co-leading organization for Empower New Jersey, which works together with 145 grassroots, faith, justice, youth groups, and others working not just to defeat the NESE pipeline, but over a dozen other fossil fuel projects, pipelines, and power plants across the state, and many of them you've heard from today already. While not officially representing my hometown of Red Bank, it publicly opposed the NESE pipeline by passing a local resolution in 2019 and again in 2025. Red Bank's no to NESE is still a no, and you should know that. This project has zero energy benefits to us in Monmouth County, and for that matter, New Jersey. Its construction and use are damaging to the environment. It perpetuates the use of fossil fuels for another generation over less expensive renewables. By definition, contributing to climate change, this would be a catastrophic and costly problem for all municipalities on many levels, not just along the path of the NESE pipeline and the compressor stations, but for all the states, municipalities where climate change and impacts are being felt and lives are being lost. There is no benefit to New Jersey to building a pipeline that spews pollution all along the way. It is time for Governor Murphy to stand behind its own policy of 100% clean energy by 2035 and just say no to NESE yet again. Additionally, the state of New Jersey has a long-held tradition of being more protective than the federal policy and regulations when it comes to protecting the environment in general and water quality and public health in particular. Our organization was founded on the writing of the Clean Water Act, hence our name, Clean Water Action. We have the state, has justifiably held back permits to this pipeline in the past. You have heard from others that nothing has changed since then, since the 3 previous rounds of permit deliberations. So this is the moment, DEP, Governor Murphy must deny the NESE pipeline as part of your environmental and clean energy legacy. Let no gas run through New Jersey's veins to fuel New York and pollute our air, communities, bodies, and bays along the way. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I'm appalled at the way this whole process has worked, and I hope that you will have more public hearings and more opportunities for people to speak in a more constructive and positive way than you have set up this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. David? All right, moving on to La Santa, Chandana. Next 3 are Alexander Lea, Bill Young, and Jim Margolis. Alexander? What about Bill Young? Okay, Jim Margolis. Our next 3 are Catherine Wagner, Alice Freund, and Patricia Swanton. Catherine? Alice Freund?
Hello?
Yes, Alice?
Yes, hi.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Alice
I'm gonna
Freund.
My name's Alice Freund. I'm getting an echo. I'm getting an echo when I talk. Is anybody else here?
Go ahead now.
Okay. My name's Alice Freund. I'm an environmental scientist. I'm retired now. and now I'm an activist in a number of environmental climate organizations, including Third Act, the West New Jersey Climate Reality Project, Citizens Climate Lobby, the Air Club, Food and Water Watch, and many other organizations. I'm kind of shocked that you're able to reopen this process when you say on your website that nothing has changed since you denied the permit. Said actually nothing has changed since 2017. I'm wondering, but I think I have an idea why this is happening. It's been reported, and it is being investigated, that President Trump allegedly promised the country's top oil executives that he would rescind environmental rules in exchange for raising $1 billion from his campaign. Does DEP and Governor Murphy want your legacy to include caving into Trump for no reason that can be justified other than begging for favors? How can you even legally open the permit process without any change in the proposal with no data, analysis, or review? The same concerns about poor water quality, ecological impact, and human health risks are there as before. The need for the project is even less than it was because we have more available solar energy and energy storage, and it's much cheaper and it's way more environmentally justifiable. I think the worst part of this project is the statewide and global implications of expanding fossil fuel use. And especially when the state has had record numbers of climate disasters in the last few years. In the last 2 years alone, we have had record wildfires, extreme storms, heat waves, drought, and floods, even record numbers of tornadoes. In July, 2 women in Plainfield were killed in a storm that swept their car into a stream, and they drowned. 2 men were killed in another storm in Plainfield, like a week apart, when a tree fell on their car in a storm. The most costly types of climate disasters in our country have increased tenfold since 1980. The cost has gone from an average of $19 billion in the early 1980s to $149 billion in the 2020s. The local.
Okay, Patricia Swanton. Our next 3 speakers will be Silvana Ramirez, Margaret Weinberger, and Melanie McDermott.
Please give more people an opportunity to speak by extending the
Silvana Ramirez, Margaret Weinberger, and Melanie McDermott. Our next 3 speakers will be Ted Glick, Kathleen Gallagher, and S. Pasricha.
Can you hear me?
Yes, this is Ted Glick.
Yes.
Perfect,
Yes.
go ahead.
My name's Ted Glick. I live in Bloomfield, New Jersey. I'm the president of 350 New Jersey Rockland. There's been a lot of really intelligent people giving an awful lot of reasons why you should reject this project. And actually, I thought I'd check out online what it says about the NESE project. And lo and behold, when I did that, the very first one that came up was a AI overview, artificial intelligence overview. Here's what they have to say about this project. The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has rejected the Northeast Supply Enhancement Pipeline project multiple times due to concerns about its environmental impact on water quality, wetlands, and air quality. The project proposed by Williams Transco aimed to expand the natural gas pipeline system to deliver frack gas to New York, but was effectively halted in 2020 after both NJ-DEP and the New York Department of Environmental Conservation denied critical water and land use permits. While the project was resurrected, environmental groups continued to oppose it, and the NJ-DEP is expected to decide on the revived application again. Why the NJ-DEP rejected NESE in 2020? One, environmental harm. The NJ-DEP cited concerns about the pipeline's negative impact on the state's water quality, wetlands, and air quality. Lack of need. Reports indicated that New York, the project's intended recipient, did not require the additional natural gas proposed by the project. And three, community opposition. Local communities and environmental groups strongly opposed the project, particularly the proposed compressor station in Franklin Township and the pipeline's path through wetlands and residential areas. So why would it take any time at all for NJ-DEP to do anything other than to reject this? Things are worse now than they were in 2020. For example, when it comes to the climate crisis, 350 refers to a safe level of carbon in the atmosphere, 350 parts per million. We're now up to 422 parts per million as of last year. And every year it escalates very rapidly compared to what it used to be. We're on a terrible path in terms of climate change and all the extreme weather events, the flooding, the storms, the major storms that are coming with it. So there's absolutely no justification for you doing anything other than to reject this. If you approve this, it's kind of the most abject kind of backroom politics deal. That's what people will think. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Kathleen Gallagher. S. Basricha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. This is S. Basricha. I live in East Brunswick, which is in Middlesex County. And I live right in between the proposed new gas compressor station in Franklin and the expansion in Old Bridge. So which means whichever way the air blows, I'm going to be breathing it in. I would like to request that the New Jersey DEP deny all permits requested by the applicant. The DEP has denied the permits before. The existing pipelines run through many towns and various other towns. It runs directly through my town, and it connects the fracked gas from Pennsylvania to New York City. It's easy to forget that the buried pipes are there. How safe will it be when the gas is sent through at a higher velocity? It's not going to be a good thing to find out. So nearby there are schools, churches, neighborhoods, and businesses. So if there's a leak, how many residents need to be evacuated? This is a harmful and dangerous project to obviously live near the compressor station, along the pipelines, and everyone along the shoreline will also be affected. So the DEP has wonderful restoration projects that are reviving natural habitats for wildlife in New Jersey. The disturbances proposed by Williams is unacceptable. Destroying habitats harms us in the long run. New Jersey must protect the natural habitats. We have so many renewable energy options now that we don't need to rely on archaic fossil fuel energy. New York State previously denied these permits for NESE. Now, suddenly the federal government is claiming that there is an energy emergency, but the real emergency is the climate emergency that we face every time a storm comes through. We're threatened by dangerous floods, people are dying, and first responders are putting their lives at risk. So please deny all the permits. And thank you, DEP, for holding this hearing. I would also like to request that the DEP hold additional hearings in person, especially for those people that could not join by computer, and also allow people living in other towns that, you know, that the pipeline runs through, so other counties as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three will be Ann Morgan, Lindsay Chambers, and Toby Tuckman. Ann? Lindsay Chambers? What about Toby Tuckman? Moving on, our next three will be Nalaka Diaz, Tamar Brill, and Amber Schiffner. Nalaka? Tamar Brill? Amber Schiffner? Moving on.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I just couldn't get my microphone unmuted. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tamar Keval Brill. I live in the Somerset section of Franklin Township, and I'm speaking tonight in fervent opposition to the NESE project. First, I'd like to thank the DEP for your previous denial of William Transco's prior permit applications. The most recent one being in 2020 because of their failure to demonstrate compliance with Freshwater Wetlands Protection Act rules. Their new proposal has not changed since it was denied and should therefore be denied again. Many speakers have alluded to the wide range of hazards from this project. I'm going to speak just about the potential destruction of wetlands, since that is one of the bases on which the denial was previously issued. The dangers are just as likely today as they were 5 years ago. So it's unclear to me why DEP would approve it now when you wouldn't have previously approved it. On what possible grounds could you, since Williams has made no efforts to ameliorate its earlier problems? Wetlands are among the most sensitive of environmental habitats. They would, without question, be harmed from the construction of this NESE project. But the new application does not even provide complete details on proposed affected wetland areas, both coastal and inland. In New Jersey, efforts have slowly improved the water quality of our rivers, lakes, and other bodies of water since the 1972 Clean Water Act, but current reports indicate that 65% of these waters cannot support drinking water supplies, 75% can't be used for recreation, and 85% can't support aquatic life. Onshore pipeline construction fluid releases could impair nearby wetlands. Horizontal directional drilling, or HDD, which has the highest likelihood of drilling fluid releases, would impact the wetlands on the Madison Loop. One HDD entry point at milepost 11.48 is, quote, an exceptional resource value wetland, unquote, within 30 feet of a tidal stream. Finally, Williams has failed to satisfy the minimum requirements of an alternative analysis and impact assessment as set forth in New Jersey's Freshwater Protection Act rules and EPA's Clean Water Act Section 404B1 guidelines. This project has no benefit to New Jersey. It will lock us into outdated and dangerous power generation and leave nightmarish swords of Damocles hanging over the health and environmental safety for us and future generations. I fervently beseech the DEP to deny all of Williams' permit applications, and I also ask that the DEP allow further in-person hearings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tamar. Next three will be Danny Josephi, Brianne Peters, and Karen Venturella. Danny Josephi. Brianne Peters.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. My name is Brianne Peters. I'm a resident of Middlesex County. I'm involved in a lot of environmental advocacy and social justice advocacy. The proposed NESE pipeline is dangerous and unnecessary, putting our water and air quality at risk, and therefore putting our residents' health at jeopardy. The entirety of the proposed pipeline is noticeably through low-income, aging, and working-class areas only, which of course is classist and ageist and always on purpose. We've heard from so many seniors tonight. I appreciate your voices. So please don't discount their concerns. The proposed placement of this pipeline is a damning example of environmental racism and environmental ageism. You want families to feel safe here, to grow here, and this is encouraging the opposite. There are no benefits to the residents of New Jersey, only harms. So I urge Governor Murphy, the NJ-DEP, and all the powers that be to oppose this. Thank you for your time.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Karen.
Yeah, this is Karen Venturella. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Karen Venturella. I live in Summit, New Jersey. I'm opposed to this pipeline. I don't think it's good for the environment or the communities that are going to be impacted. I think that I'm a member of a faith community. I'm involved in the Green Faith and also St. Teresa's Green Faith Ministry. And I think it's only going to be bad for the environment if we build this pipeline. I think we need to move to renewable energy. Let me see what else I can tell you. I think it's going to be bad for the economy. It's going to lock us into decades more fossil fuel and lead to a deepening of the climate crisis. It's going to disrupt the seabeds. It's going to endanger local air quality. I think a lot of tourists come to New Jersey for the beaches and the air quality and the bird life. And I think that's all going to be impacted and it's going to be bad for our economy. So I would urge you rejected this project in the past. I would urge you to reject it again. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Karen. Our next three will be Alice Ye, Ariane Arpels Josiah, and Holly Hadaway. Alice? What about Ariane Arpels Josiah? Holly Hadaway? Moving on, we have Laurie Tusky, Sister Marie Russo, and Catherine Angulo. Laurie Tusky. Sister Marie Russo. And Catherine Angulo. All right, moving on. We have Marie Celeste Massaro. We have Colette Pescas and Anna Ward. Marie Celeste Massaro. Colette. And Anna. All right, moving on. We have Nancy Chan, James Horvath, and Francis Bader. Nancy Chan, James Horvath, Francis Bader. Moving on, we have Deborah Marshall, Rebecca Canwright, and Alexandra Tabibnia. Deborah Marshall, Rebecca Canwright, Alexandria Tabibnia. Moving on, Alison Molinaro, Camila Sayed, and Michelle Bodorov. All right, moving on, Kevin Barfield, John Smith, Patricia Chiorello,
They probably left because they didn't realize you were continuing after 9.
yes, thank you for that. I'll just keep calling out the names. We have Magdalena Syed, John Su, and Catherine Sween. Moving on, we have Marvin Perry, Amanda Jones, and Diane Easton. Okay. We have Inez King, Linda Powell, and Constance Gill.
I'm Linda Powell, but I spoke already.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I can see a list of people who are still here. I'm not sure if you can.
Yes, I'll get to them. Thank you very much. We have Catherine Da Silva Jane, John Cuccinota, and Brian Scanlan. Frank Santos, Rebecca Schiff, Rosella Sabatini.
I'm here. Rebecca Schiff.
Okay, Rebecca Schiff, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Rebecca Schiff. Good evening. I'm a resident of Metuchen, New Jersey, and a member of Indivisible Central New Jersey and Food and Water Watch. NESE, proposed by Williams Transco, as we're all aware, is a project which is a revival project, and it had been during the years between 2017 and 2020, been denied its permits by both the states of New York and New Jersey. Thank you, DEP. I'd like to think it was denied in part because of the detrimental impact it would have on our environment, our climate, our health, and our safety. New Jersey, as we all know, is the most densely populated state in our nation. It is so sad that in 2025, with all the scientific knowledge we've acquired about the impact of fossil fuels and the promise of clean, renewable, and alternative energy sources, that we are once again being asked to consider this pipeline expansion. This project, which carries fracked gas from Pennsylvania into New Jersey and out to the Raritan Bay, will affect the water quality and put our ecosystems in danger. The construction that this project requires would disturb over 23 miles of seafloor, releasing historic contaminants such as mercury and copper, lead, and PCBs, among other toxins, which will have adverse effects on marine life, harming critical wetlands, and causing the loss of natural shoreline protection that help against flooding. The construction would also have an enormous impact on recreational boating, which is such a joy for many of us in the state, as well as for the commercial fishing industries. Recoveries of fisheries is not certain. There's no reason for this project to go forward, just as there was none previously. The costs continue to outweigh the benefits, and the project with compressor stations built near friends' homes in Franklin Township and surrounding areas near a trap rock quarry can only cause irreparable harm to their health, their air quality, and their safety. Please, once again, New Jersey DEP, deny these permits. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And
Moving
this is
on.
Rosella is here.
Oh, perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Hi there.
Rosella Sabatini. I'm a 30-year resident of Highland Park, a member of Food and Water Action, a member of Indivisible Highland Park, and a Climate Interactive ambassador. And I'm asking, along with our many, many wonderful people that have dialed into this very long call, asking you to please do not allow this project to proceed. Please let Governor Murphy know how passionate we all are about this and how concerned the residents of New Jersey are. And I am going to just try to say a few comments, maybe additive to so many facts and figures have been said tonight. I'm kind of exhausted having been listening since 6 o'clock. So I'm going to just touch on a couple of maybe personal items. So I'm passionate about this because I'm a mom and I have a son who's 27 years old. And like many moms, I would love for him to continue to want to live in the state of New Jersey. I'd like him to continue to enjoy the green spaces that we have left. I would like him to know that he can go to the beautiful Jersey Shore, which he loves to go to. I would love him to continue to canoe on the Raritan River, which we do very avidly as a family and individually. I'm also a retired financial services executive. And when I hear the comments made so far about the risks of this project, how there are no benefits to this project economically to the state, I'm sitting here scratching my head trying to understand how decisions are made in our state. You know, how is it that we could possibly approve a project that has no economic benefit and only has risks and costs to the people of this community? It's just, it defies logic. And this is part of what undermines people's faith in the institutions of government when decisions are made that are made on what only seem to imply corrupt reasons, whether it's the federal government or some private entities that are lining coffers somewhere. This is what, whether that's true or not, and I'm not wanting to make accusations, but if I just think of this as a business executive, I don't see why on earth we would possibly move this project forward. It's like shocking to me. And I'm trying not to get angry, but I feel it. So lastly, I'm just going to beseech you to please, as everybody has mentioned, we appreciate that the DEP has been able to stop this project multiple times before. The exact same project has been rejected before. We only know more today than we did in the previous 2 or 3 instances that this has come before you. Please, please, if you need anything more from the citizens of the state to support you in order to make the right decision, then communicate to us. Let us know how we can help the DEP make the right and obvious decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next 3 speakers will be Ann Pauli, Susan Kelly, and Stephen Yaffet. Ann Pauli, Susan Kelly, Stephen Yaffet. Moving on, Cynthia Bernstein, Mona Desai, and Annette Hassel. And moving on, Kate Joyce, Carmen Wire, and EDM Sadowski.
This is unacceptable. You're missing dozens of public comments because this is going on beyond the scheduled time. People have work and kids that they need to bring to school, and this is just not.
It really isn't.
This is Kate Joyce. I'm here.
All right, thank you, Kate. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm a resident of Somerset, and I'm against the pipeline. I was a former employee at DEP, and I know that when there's political pressure, despite DEP being not allowing it in the past, I think this hearing is a farce. There needs to be some way of people in person to be able to protest against it. This whole Teams thing is not an acceptable way to give public comments. And I think it's a big farce. This hearing and DEP's so-called investigation of the pipeline. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead. Ken Dolsky, Tui An Lee, and Mary Saudergrass.
This is Mary Saudargas. I can
All right.
speak.
Yep. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I agree that there absolutely needs to be more time and access made available for the public to speak. There is an obvious need for it. There is an obvious passion and awareness in certain communities, and certain communities are unaware and need to be aware. So I urge DEP to hold hearings in person in the various communities, as it has been said before. My name is Mary Saudargas. I live in Princeton Township. I am near enough to where the compression station will be built that my area will be affected. Wind blows, water becomes contaminated, and certainly as I journey and enjoy New Jersey, the shore and the wetlands and the forests, they will inevitably be impacted. So that's my personal account there. I also urge just DEP and Governor Murphy to take responsibility and follow through on their mandate, on their promises, follow the law, and reject this permit, which is clearly only happening because the federal administration is pro-oil business, and is actively against anything that is progressive. And it's fairly obvious that it's an embarrassment to New Jersey to even consider these permits, considering that the applications have not changed since the other applications. So it's patently obvious, and it's embarrassing. I'm concerned about the wetlands, because our wetlands are sponges, and they absorb the stormwater, they absorb the rainwater, which is going to continue. And when they are disturbed, then that stormwater and that rainwater that is going to increase and get worse is only going to contribute to flooding and to the disasters and to what the taxpayers are going to have to pay to deal with more and more natural disasters from fossil fuel. So this project, please
All right,
deny
Mary.
it.
I'm sorry, I'll have to stop you right there. Next three are Mark Paulino, Keith Woos, and David Pringle.
Yeah, Keith had to leave at 9, and he waited for 3 hours and was not able to make his comment. So more proof that you need to have.
All right. Thank you for that, Charlie. We have June Haran, Sam DeFalco, and Bill Glancy.
David Pringle's still here. You called on him.
Oh yeah. Yep. Go ahead, David. Um,
You're waiting
Dave?
on Dave. I can go. This is Sam DeFalco.
Okay, go ahead. David, once we figured out what's happening, you'll go next. So, Sam, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Sam DeFalco, and I'm an organizer with Food and Water Watch in North Jersey, and I'm speaking to urge the DEP to reject permits for the NESE pipeline and compressor station. There are so many reasons why this is such a disastrous idea. I think I'm not even sure where to begin. I think just given the fact that we're in what is undoubtedly a climate emergency, it's fully baffling to me that the DEP is continuing to issue permits for projects like this. We've heard from speakers this evening about how putting a pipeline below the seafloor will dredge up toxins that have been under the Raritan Bay and have settled. That's going to harm marine life, and it's going to harm people because we interact with the bay and with the ocean. People fish and eat fish that come out of the bay. This is going to harm fishermen, it's going to harm larger marine animals, and it's going to harm people. There's all kinds of reasons why a new compressor station just near the communities in Franklin Township and Princeton Manor is going to be so dangerous. The gas that's released from compressor stations regularly contains benzene, shale gas from Pennsylvania has radon in it, which can cause lung cancer, and it's generally a huge risk to public health. We've seen communities around the country be affected by these industrial facilities right near their homes, and this is going to be just one more of those. This is also going to have impacts on wetlands with the compressor, with the piping that's going to run between the compressor and the bay. That's going to be, it's supposed to cross 18 wetlands, and wetlands are supposed to be protected from facilities like this and from infrastructure like this. So for all these reasons, I think the DEP, needs to take a look at this project. This project was rejected before, and it's only back on the table because we're facing an administration, the Trump administration, that has financial ties to the oil and gas industry, and
All right.
our
Thank you,
communities
Sam.
should not be
We appreciate your
subject
comment.
to those harms because
Sam, thank you. Is David Pringle ready?
I am ready.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Is DEP ready? Like to actually understand and listen to our concerns and not waste our time? Because, well, I guess first of all, I'm David Pringle, wear many hats, I think most immediately right now in Power, New Jersey. Have a really hard time understanding how DEP is handling this. It's been heard, it's been rejected, it's been heard, it's been rejected, it's been heard, and it's been rejected. Saw a story yesterday that Governor Murphy, along with some other Northeastern Democratic governors, are considering stop being less against gas, even though many of us would argue that The governor hasn't been particularly against gas, but in exchange to cut a deal with the Trump administration to support offshore wind. So you all know the story. Don't need the gas. New Jersey doesn't benefit from it. New York doesn't want it. You've heard the testimony. And understand the folks monitoring and holding this hearing aren't the decision makers. But what are you going to do? Is Murphy serious about 100% clean energy by 2035 anytime soon? Even remote decent definition of clean energy or not? Do the right thing. Save everybody some time. Give everybody some respect, which you haven't done tonight. And you haven't done by having it be only a virtual hearing. And again, I know it's not you, the people holding this hearing. It's the decision makers higher up in DEP, looking at you, Mr. LaTourette, and the governor's office. You can do better. You wonder why some elections have gone the way they have recently. Look in the mirror. Do better.
Thank you very much, David. Our next speaker is Tari Pantaleo. We have Bushra Asfare next. Pat Wong. Sylvia Kay. Esther Barkun. Liana Liu.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, this is Esther. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So I had a lot to say, but it's been said very eloquently with a lot of scientific data. I want to support what Rosella Sabatini said. It just boggles the mind that you can even consider proving something like this, especially when the governor has always touted his environmental objectives, 100% clean energy. This does not fit into any of that. It puts a lot of property and health at risk. But I'm not a scientist. I'm a resident, and I speak for those who are immune compromised and suffer from chronic illnesses. We're constantly challenged by breathing air that's polluted, by forest fires near and far, landscape equipment that spews out noxious fumes, vehicle exhaust, especially from the plethora of trucks and tractor trailers that line our roads, and not just our highways, but our local roads, and even our gas appliances in our home that we now know leak a small amount of methane gas. We do not want nor need more gas pipelines running through our communities. We do not want a compressor station in close proximity to residential neighborhoods. We do not want to backtrack on our environmental goals of 100% clean energy. And dredging under the Raritan Bay is very dangerous. There are many risks: explosions, toxic sediment that will be churned up in the process of laying the pipes, destruction of marine life, disruption to the aquatic ecosystem, and threats to the economic and recreational role of the Raritan Bay. Our environment is under stress, and we see that all across the country, including New Jersey. So why on earth would we want to give the green light to a project that encourages further dependence on fossil fuel and fracked at that when we have tried to be a leader in renewable energy? I urge the DEP to stand firm in supporting your mission of a clean environment and protection of the health and safety of your New Jersey constituents and our shared environment. Please vote no on NESE. And one final thought. I am old enough to remember when I could look up at the sky at night and see a heaven full of stars. These days, I can barely see one. How about you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time,
Someone needs to care.
we are closing the hearing and will not be able to hear additional testimony.
Sarah,
At the time of closing the hearing, I am putting on record the department has offered the opportunity for comment for over 170 registered commenters. There were 20 public participants that had their hands raised requesting to speak, and we were not able to get to all of these, but some have spoken. We appreciate you taking the time to come here today. The information and testimony presented at the hearing must be reviewed by the Division of Land Resource Protection prior to rendering any decision on this permit application. The record will remain open until September 25th, 2025, which is 15 days after today's hearing. As such, if there are additional concerns after the close of hearing, you may submit your comments in writing at the website shown on the screen. Also, speakers who have prepared written comments are reminded to submit a copy at the email address shown on the slide, reiterating that there has been no decision made on this pending application at this time. At this time, there are no additional hearings scheduled on this application. Once again, thank you very much for attending the hearing, and the hearing is now closed. Have a good night.